would have been a great wagon with 4 horses and a whole load of grain that would come in here, and then it would go up to the top. The reason why a mill is built in 2 or 3 stories is that what happens as soon as the corn arrives from the farms, it goes up to the top, you see. A series of pulleys connect the power to this chain when you want it to, and up it goes. Load after load of corn used to go up to the top here, and it was put in great bins all around here. You see the lids of the bins standing there. These would be different consignments of corn, oat in one, wheat in another, and so on. And then, from then on, every single thing can be done by gravity. The corn will drop down, it'll come into this hopper. And that's a marvellous device invented by the old miller that tells you when the hopper's empty, because nothing is so bad for stones than grinding empty without any corn between them. And if he was single-handed in the mill and working somewhere else, as soon as he heard that bell, he knew that the hopper was empty, and he could get going to supply some more in order that his stones didn't grind empty.
Archbishop of Canterbury has now sacked him, pretty much. I mean, he's put him on gardening leave for, guess what, loving Palestinians and taking their side in the racist war by the Israeli state over there. So we'll be hearing that too. In part 2, big story of the week, MI5 and the Manchester failings. So was it LIHOP or was it MIHOP? I mean, who was this guy who did it, Salman Abedi, allegedly? Was he actually being manipulated by somebody connected with MI5? Because everything has been supposedly talked about in this public inquiry, only it hasn't, because quite a lot of it's redacted, as we'll be hearing from Martin. So we've got various people talking about it, including somebody whose son who died in the 7/7 London bombings. And when I spoke to him this week, first thing he said to me was, déjà vu. All the same things. Oh, we're very sorry, we're going to sort it all out, but it's the same mistakes they made all those years on. Right, and also the FBI have announced that actually COVID was a lab leak from Wuhan. They're trying to pin it on the Russians. They would try and pin it on the Russians if they could. They're trying to pin it on the Chinese, but of course we know all about, any of our listeners know all about the Pentagon program that was going on at that lab, which does suggest some very high level connections between the Chinese and the United States, and the worst people in the US have been booted out by Obama doing this biological weapons research. And NATO goes to Vilnius. This is the forthcoming NATO conference in July, where, as I discovered last week, sorry I didn't manage to recognise it for last week's show, Rishi Sunak is hinting that he wants to change the charter at Vilnius in July at NATO in order to let Ukraine join, so that we can be involved in a war with Russia. Thank you so much, Rishi Goldman Sachs Sunak. And Lavrov has been over in India. That's the Russian foreign minister. He's been talking at the G20. You won't hear much coverage of that, though, because this is a place where the Russians are very much included in the G20, although they were booted out of the G8, which then became the G7, because we control that, don't we? So, Iranian and Russian news banned in the UK, first by the telecoms cartel, and then a week or so later by Ofcom. So just make a note there. The telecoms cartel just shut off the channels, and then Ofcom decided to ban them afterwards. And Us cancelled off Bristol Community FM by the Bristol Mafia and a guy called Pat Hart, but not cancelled here yet. So, welcome, Julie, to the studio here in Stokes Croft, and lovely to see you, because you and I go back a little way. I think we first met about 30 years ago when organising an occupation of land at Wandsworth. Can we go back to that for a minute before we get into what you're up to nowadays? So talk a bit about, because I found that centre you were running by King's Cross Station and absolutely amazing, and I think quite a lot of the locals would probably have enjoyed what you were up to there, because this was, I believe, a site which was scheduled to be demolished for the Channel Tunnel rail link at St Pancras, but because they hadn't actually got round to deciding anything, there was a few years when it was kind of in limbo.
That's right. It's nice to see you again, Tony. It's 30 years. The way I got involved was in about 1989, I came up with this sort of dream, almost, without getting too esoteric about it. I felt that I needed to set something up called Community Creation Trust. It was very clear to me that I needed to do it. I thought it was going to be something more like an eco-village in Ireland, which I would love, but that's me putting my own gloss and thoughts on it. But one particular day I was up at a meeting in Kentish Town with some friends, and somebody said, do you know about the acre of land that's empty down at King's Cross? I said no. Cut a long story short, somebody took me down there to show me, and the bosses were there who owned the land, and they said, can you do something here, and can you do something about homelessness? So I said, yeah, sure. My background and interest was in building, carpentry particularly, and I wanted to do a more ecological design of timber frame. So I did. Well,
they're interesting bosses, aren't they? The sort of landowners that think like that. They're thinking, well, we want to actually use this piece of land. Yes. In the interim, I mean, if you look around the country, certainly here in Bristol and in London now, most of the derelict land has got big boards up it, and the around it, and the owners simply want to stop anybody getting in there, and they want vacant possession so that they can sell it for as much as they possibly can at the right time. So it's really kind of sitting there like money in the bank. But these, it sounds to me like the landowners at King's Cross were a bit different.
They were a bit different. They were it all came together with the landowners coming through Business in the Community, if you remember that outfit. And so they were being pressurised. Everybody was pressurising everybody else. The businesses, the councils, and community groups were all kind of saying, well, put your money where your mouth is. And this came out of that, and it was a good thing. Camley Street Nature Park, of course, behind that, which is still there, was there before, but it came out of pretty much the same thing, which was, why have we got all this derelict land in King's Cross? It's going to sit here like this forever. But we went down there and said we'd take it. It was an acre with a huge empty derelict bus garage on it. And I had my design for housing, which I modelled on my son's Lego. And it was the first ever ecological design with breathing walls, turf on the roof, you know, because you went there, and totally sustainable and very cheap. And we proved that you could house people for £2,500 each, provided that you had the land given to you. So it was the land price that was killing everything and raising the prices of houses. So these were like bed sits. They had their own loo, their own kitchen and their own bed sitting room. And we housed about 16 people per annum in them. Along with that, the main building we formed the Last Platform Cafe. We had Reclaim the Streets there. The Land Is Ours was there. The Gypsy Festival, the Bank Artists, Celtica, a huge conference centre, 12 workshops for people who were craftspeople and artists, eco wood turners, a recycled wood yard. It was everything going on, plus gardens. And we built it all with groups of people who came in because they wanted to do something. So Cooper's Lybrand was an accountancy firm down in Charing Cross. They sent 30 of their people up to do a do-it day. And they were amazing.
Oh, wow. Hey, this just sounds like David Brett, The Office, and team building.
It is really team building. I do sound a bit like that, yeah. But we had groups like that. We had a whole circus of people who had nowhere to go in the winter, and they sort of dropped in and gave us a hand with all the stuff that we needed to do. So, yeah.
Well, look, the obvious thing to ask you, because I'm sure there are people out there thinking, well, I know a bit of derelict land. It would be nice to see something done with it. What's the best way to approach something like that? So, to actually get something to happen on a piece of land, maybe an old derelict building that's been empty for a while, it's going to be empty still. I can remember when we were at the Wandsworth thing, which we'll talk about in a minute. One of the police officers came past and he said, well, I drive past here on the way to work, and I think it's a criminal shame that this place has been derelict and empty for so long. Now, he's not the only one thinking that. There are thousands of people thinking that. And so how do you build a relationship with a landowner? Is it, of course you can just get in, and you can. My instinct would be to squat the land, but that's not necessarily the best way, and that's not what you did, is it? So, what advice have you got?
Okay, so with Battle Bridge, as I say, it came through business in the community. The landowners wanted it. Council wanted it. They wanted to make sure that when they came to do the planning permission for the railway, they didn't get much resistance. They'd already done this. It was a good thing. So everybody was on the same page, and we got what we wanted, they got what they wanted. However, with the Big Red Food Shed, for instance, which I've just started in 2013, I had been thinking about doing a food project, for food sovereignty project for a while, and I went to a guy in the council and talked about it, and he said, I'll tell you all of the places that are available, both ours and the county councils, and you can drive round and have a look at other land, and we'll help. So that was an amazing help. That you need to start somewhere. Well,
I suppose you've got to find the right person, haven't you?
You have, and they've got to be keen and not going to get kicked when they get back for giving you a piece of land that somebody else didn't want you to have. But we should have had a huge building and 4 acres, and we didn't know at the time when we started chatting about the Big Red Food Shed that the building was earmarked to get bulldozed and houses to go on it. So in the end, we only got the 4 acres, but that was fine.
It sounds to me like you're doing this always for a little short period of time until something happens, it's developed, and then must be little bit dispiriting, to be doing all this stuff, all this positive stuff to the community that then gets built on.
That's true, Tony, but if you look at it, I've done it for 10 years in both cases, and there's a lot of similarities with it, right down to the fact that both projects were right near a canal. There's lots of similarities, and I see that as the fact that I'm not building castles in the air. I'm doing something, making a point. If other people take it on board and do something, fantastic. With community creation, for instance, people have got in touch with me since and said, we went down and started a herb seed business, and it was because of being at Battlebridge. That'll do for me if somebody's going and doing something else. So it's about a space where people can find something.
It's also about the sort of people that it attracts, what you do. Say the Gypsy Festival, there may be local groups around King's Cross that don't want gypsies, and they thought, we've got rid of these people long ago. What are they doing back here? So did you encounter much resistance at all?
Not for the Gypsy Festival, because that was actually people turning up. They didn't turn up with their wagons, they just turned up on public transport and did a phenomenal picture show of all their photographs, horses coming out of the water at festivals and all sorts of stuff. That was fantastic. What we had from people was there was an old building nearby that had been squatted and tenanted in at various times, and they were more in saying we should be running this place. It's our next door. Yeah, I can understand that, but they weren't. And we could never make people understand that sometimes a landlord or a council will only give it to a certain person.
Yeah.
They're not going to just let
or a certain group that's properly constituted, properly run, properly funded. There is this tendency among some squatters to think, well, if this land is a squat, it's mine as well as yours. So out you go. Well, yours wasn't actually a squat.
No.
Worth saying something about the way that the land is ours. We used it because it was in the few months running up to an occupation at the other side of London, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's right.
There were various people came down there, including Bill Knight, down at Keverell Farm, who actually prefabricated a timber roundhouse. Yeah. So it was extremely useful as a place to sort of spring off to do this action over in Wandsworth, which then lasted for 6 months. It was we called it an eco-village, but there were a lot of self-built small homes. Various films around online about what happened there. We were very much in the news in London at the time, saying effectively, look, this land needs to be used for affordable housing, not for another supermarket or luxury homes.
Well, Reclaim the Streets set off to do the Islington road closure from us. Then came The Land Is Ours, and what you asked me for at The Land Is Ours is can we store loads of timber and tools and this, that and the other in the great hall, and then build stuff, meet here, chat, whatever. And it was fantastic. And the day you all set off, it was real secret squirrels, wasn't it? People went off in vans with stuff, and obviously they were the first people in there. Well,
nobody really... There was only about 4 of us that knew whereabouts we were going. We had... I remember it was either... I think it was 3 coaches full of people with their tents and stuff on their back and rucksacks or whatever from, it was one of the unemployed centres in West London somewhere. Maybe it was Hammersmith. I think it was Hammersmith. And there was only one person. I remember the guy that organised it, Jim from the Advisory Service for Squatters. He'd given one trusted person, I was one of them on one coach, these envelopes at the front. We were stood at the front, and the drivers of the coaches thought they were going to some sort of work day at allotments, right? So that's what they'd been told. And so we had to open this envelope, and then there was a map. And then once we got to the end of the map, it says open next envelope. We had to open the next envelope. So he'd actually sat down in quite, well-organised military fashion and organised the routes for these 3 coaches, which he'd predicted would pretty much coincide at the right place at the right time. And it all worked. Yeah. Worked brilliantly. And the site had been cracked about half an hour before the first coach turned up. So when the coach turned up, everyone could just get straight into the site. And it lasted for 6 months. It was owned by Guinness, and it was nicknamed Pure Genius, right by the side of the Wandsworth Bridge, looking out over to the River Thames. A fantastic site. And after 6, because it had been derelict for many years, and after 6 months, we had the London Wildlife Trust came down, and they said, this is a brilliant place. There's loads and loads of wildlife here. They started going through, ticking various boxes. Well, they've got some of these and whatever. Loads and loads of wildlife there. And the day before they were due to meet to designate the land for wildlife conservation, the whole place was evicted. So they sent the diggers in, just got everybody out so that the London Wildlife Trust couldn't designate the land, so that would affect their ability to get plan. Eventually, what was built on there? Well, I think it was. I'm not sure if it was a police station or something, but they were planning to build a supermarket, and there were so many other supermarkets in the area that no one really wanted that locally. And it was one of those campaigns that I just thought was such a wonderful concept, where there was just one guy sitting in a nearby flat doing his campaign to try and stop the supermarket, and then suddenly this massive army of people turned up. But anyway, on Battle Bridge, so that was in the night. How long did it last from till, roughly?
92 to 99.
And then so what did you do after that then?
I just went off and did some, went to live in Yorkshire near my family and did some writing. I wanted to write it all up, but it was too raw. It was quite a dreadful end, really.
Why is that? I mean, surely you were expecting that, weren't you, really?
Well, we weren't expecting. It was the terms of the lease were that you can stay until we are ready to have the land for the railway. And
well, you know what? This is exactly like a lot of. I mean, there's a squat just across the road here, on Stokes Croft, just near the bottom, which was the old Avon Law Centre. That was occupied by Bristol Housing Action 3 years ago. They went to court saying we need to use it next week. Still empty.
Yeah.
So it's that sort of thing, isn't it? They just lie to the court and say they need it immediately, when actually they just want to get you out. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't it wasn't worded properly, and they used that as an excuse. But we sat down in the last sort of few weeks and counted who was involved, from lawyers to council to the landowners, and there were 42 wealthy, well-placed men, I have to say, all sort of forcing the issue, as it were. So that was quite a bullying exercise. But we went to court and and we lost, unfortunately. Well, I went to court and I lost.
But anyway, look, this big red food shed. Food is something we're all thinking about now. I was noticing this week the inflation rate on food at the moment is 17%. Folks, just think about the pay rises that people are asking for. We've got 17% food inflation, never mind the massive increase in gas and fuel. So what food? So why what was the big red food shed? How did that all start?
That started because I was a councillor, as you know, I think, a Labour councillor in Chesterfield, and London's the Labour headquarters sent a message up that we must not say a word against austerity.
Well, hang on, this is 2010, when Cameron and Osborne had just taken over, and they were saying, I think at this point, Martin, can I just ask you to say something about austerity and how necessary it was, or otherwise? It's extraordinary. The Labour Party is sending messages to their members around the country.
That does surprise me. Obviously, there was no justification for austerity. They basically used the financial crisis in the markets as an excuse to cut the size of the state. And of course, at the time was when we were starting the show turn, and we had Conservative coming on, and they were saying they were horrified by what was happening with the banks, that we were all in this together, that it was a time for a change of attitude. We need to rethink our attitudes to capitalism. That lasted about 18 months, didn't it? And then suddenly we were back to, oh no, we've got to shrink the size of the state, and that's that's the important thing. And of course, it wasn't. From an economic point of view, it was stupid. Other countries didn't do that, and they did better than we did, because they took the view, it's an emergency, so you've just got to spend a bit of money.
Well, we had a big problem, a similar problem, didn't we, a long time ago, 1929, and it was both here in this country, where lots and lots of stuff was built, and over in the States, they had a massive government spending programme in order to try and kick the country out of recession.
In the States they did it because they've got a more flexible can-do attitude.
Well, we were building council houses.
No, we
didn't.
Yes, we didn't do any of that. What happened in Britain is we had a Labour government, and eventually they came off the gold standard. And of course, the economy started to improve. And I think the Labour minister, Philip Snowden, or whatever he was, said, "I didn't know we could do that." And Britain wasn't taking the lead at that point. The Americans took the lead, and the Germans, of course, Adolf Hitler. But
well, no, I'm talking about before that. We're talking about the early 1930s.
The early 1930s, you did the big change in policy came with the election of Roosevelt in 1933 in the United States and the election of Hitler, or the coming to power of Hitler in 1933 in Germany, because they were just taking a different attitude. You know, they just said, well, we're going to do what we have to do. Whereas in Britain, because of the empire and everything, they were trying to keep the pound tied to gold because of the whole system of banking that Britain was the centre of, which of course was just grinding the economy into the floor. But of course, eventually they had to stop, and they did stop. And then in the 40s and 50s, the policy was changed. But of course, that's all gone. We're back to the 19th century.
Okay,
now.
so you got this message from central office saying, "Don't talk about austerity."
Don't talk about austerity because we're not going to change it when we get in. And I said, I'm not doing that. I am not going to lay this at the door of ordinary folk. I'm just not doing it. And people were going to food banks. They were all twittering on about food banks. And I said, well, I've got an allotment and I know how much seeds cost. Let's see how much we can grow with the seeds. So I bought 350 something pounds worth of seeds, well, me and other people, in gifts. And we started on the first 2 acres. And
so where did you get the land? I mean, is this allotment?
Yes, Derbyshire County Council.
Oh, right.
They had a piece of, well, I hate saying the word wasteland, but they had unused land.
There is a great tradition of wasteland out there. This is where people have survived for centuries, on probably thousands of years, on bits of waste.
Yeah.
But right, this is about turning the waste, making the waste grounds grow. This is what the diggers were talking about in the Civil War. So how did you get hold of that piece of land then?
I asked for it.
Okay.
And they said, you can't have the building at the front, which would have been phenomenal. We're going to pull that down and sell that for housing, but we don't want the 4 acres at the back. You can have that.
Right. Well, that's brilliant. So how did you get on growing? Had you done much of that before?
Yeah. Yeah. And I had people down from probation, which was superb. The lads were fantastic. And they did a lot of the heavy lifting. We don't do dig. We build up into beds. But
so were you using anything like rotavators, any equipment to do it?
No.
What was the biggest tools you had to actually do the growing?
Well, we built up, so we put weed mat down for paths, and then build up with cardboard and wood chip and straw and soil, and just pile it up into beds. So 8x4 beds all over, and some raised beds for different stuff. 2 polytunnels,
and lovely.
And we had aquaponics, of course.
So
as well.
What were you growing, and how did you get on growing it?
Potatoes, cabbages, leeks, courgettes, carrots, all the basics, onions, garlic, everything. All the onions and garlics go under the tree line because it's such fantastic soil there. And they are planted, but we don't mind doing a bit of planting in, but not turning over and breaking up the soil structure.
So did you have a little nursery as well for the little seedlings and whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Planting it straight
the back of the polytunnels both brought on the seedlings.
Okay, so what was the food shed? What was this big red food shed then?
Okay. This is another wonderful moment of politics. So the big red food shed, at the beginning when I went down and saw this, there was a massive, great big building, and above the doors, and all the doors were all painted blue. And I said, seeing as what we're going to do is anti-Tory, I'm going to paint it all red. So we'll call it the Big Red Food Shed. Of course, we didn't get the building, but the name stuck. So people always come along now and say, where is the Big Red Food Shed then? Right. Yeah, so that's
so
the little
red,
moment.
It wasn't yours. This is like a
No,
guerrilla...
No, we're going to paint it red, but we didn't get it, so we didn't. Right, okay. No, it would have been a guerrilla thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so so how... I mean, you're saying that you're getting people from probation programs and things. Was this all a kind of an official thing then?
Yes.
That people were sending you, maybe
and
people have been to court, community service and things like that? Yeah,
community service. And then I used to make them soup every day and cakes in the summer and have a good relationship with them.
Sounds like you're running a workhouse or something.
Does sound awful, doesn't it? But it wasn't. It was great. We had homemade vegetable soups. We wanted to do how to cook on a budget. That was going to be the next thing that we did. But for the time being, we just made soup for our guys. And then we had some people come down who were sent by the DWP, who wanted to get back into work. So that was a kind of different way. None of these things were schemes. We didn't do schemes. We didn't put people through processes. We didn't say you've got 6 months and then you've got to buck up. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of wording that we were given. All we did was just give people the opportunity to be with us, and that in itself really is enough to get some people feeling confident enough to go back to work.
Did you, I mean, as a Labour councillor, did you find other activists within the Labour Party up there were mucking in, quite literally?
No.
No?
No. They're doing it now. They're starting them in Chesterfield, and they're starting it in other places, but they didn't come and help, no.
So this isn't really their thing. They'd rather just take. I mean, we were hearing from Simon Culane last week about the planning system with these people that were offered all sorts of planning powers in Malmesbury in Wiltshire, and they just saying, well, we don't really want anything to do with it. And by the way, if you want to have a meeting, you can't use the town hall. Hang on, he's a county councillor.
Yeah.
They'd much rather have a quiet life.
Yeah.
I mean, is that your experience?
Pretty much, yeah. I did health and well-being after the first year I was chair of the appeals and regulatory. And that was mainly where people would come before us who were being thrown out of their houses, or people who had problems with their taxi licensing. So I was chair of that, and my rule was always the same. If we will not put somebody out of their council house if they'd gone to court and asked the magistrate, and the magistrate said you need to pay £3 a week towards your arrears or whatever, then I said that has to do. We're not going to put them out, quasi-judicial or not. I'm not doing it.
Well, that's, you remind me of Ruth Nestor's case here, where she actually even owned her own home, and she was evicted by Bristol City Council using the national eviction team, like literally the nuclear option, for a non-payment of council tax. She'd already been to court and agreed with the magistrate, I'm going to pay it back this amount every week, and yet they decided to use the bankruptcy court against Ruth. Anyway, Ruth is slowly but surely getting back into her house with a little bit of assistance from Bristol Housing Action Movement, who re-squatted her place, and then the bailiffs have now backed off. But this is because what they're doing is unlawful, and so what's happening now with the big red food shed, even though there isn't actually a shed? How much land is there, and what's happening with it now?
4 acres. 2 are still growing on, and the other one is more of a garden. It's not as easy to grow on, but it could become a bigger growing place. But I retire in June, and we've got to think. Well, since COVID, it's been horrendous because our vulnerable volunteers and participants didn't come back after they'd been there. So we're down to a very small number now, and we're not funded by anybody. So I've got to make a decision what to do next.
This, of course, is another question, isn't it? I mean, it's all very well for them to say use the land. As we had a story last week about Bristol's Labour Mayor, Marvin Rees, giving a 999-year lease to his old boxing club. It's all very well to be given this land. I mean, there's some people out there who would love, say, for example, retired allotment people who love, I tell you what, give us a quarter of an acre. I can really do something with this. People love growing food. It's just in our blood, in our veins, many of us. So what about the wider Labour Party as you see it today? Because it's taken, I mean, for many of us, Jeremy Corbyn represented some kind of, he was almost like a rock star, Wherever he turned up, there was thousands of people. And then I remember it was Owen Jones that stood against him. There'd be about 4. So there's this kind of programme out there through the TV and through the party machinery, which is trying to decide who's going to be the leader, and they're actually undermining Corbyn. So what do you make of that whole experience, from Miliband to Jeremy Corbyn and now to Keir Starmer?
Can we start with Tony Blair and and say why did we ever let him anywhere near anything? Hang on a minute, because the Labour Party massively supported him. I know. He got into, he did it for Labour, didn't he? In 1997. Yeah. Were you not cheering when Blair got in and the Tories were out? No. No? No. Most Labour supporters were, though, weren't they? Yeah, and I agree. The point is, you have to say, are we going into power for the sake of the power? Is that what we want? Or have we got a manifesto that other people can back? And I'm interested in manifestos that we can back and people then do. And if they're not going to do that, then all you're doing is changing the faces. Yeah, there's not much happening. And with the Iraq War, I'm afraid that was me finished. I just thought, no, I can't hack it. You know.
But you stayed in the party.
I stayed in the party. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Do you stay in the party or do you leave them and then come back in when it suits you, or what do you do? But I'm not in it now.
Martin, you stayed in, didn't you?
Yep, still in it. Got pretty much the same sentiments as Julie here. See, the election of the leader of Tony Blair, that was done under the old system where the unions had quite a big say in it, and of course they don't necessarily represent their members.
I think, again, you're talking about the system here, Martin. The thing is, Blair was all over the TV, everybody loved him, and they thought, most Labour Party members just thought, this is the guy, he's obviously the guy.
No, I mean, up until the Iraq War, people were definitely willing to cut him slack. And of course, they did do some decent things. They improved spending on the health service. It was much better funded than it is now. And you know, the idea that we would have been better off with a Tory government, clearly wrong. But ultimately, the Iraq War is fundamental because that is the most important decision you ever make. The French and the Germans, the French under a right-wing president, the Germans under a left-wing chancellor, said we're not getting involved in this. And it would be perfectly proper for the British to say we're not getting involved in this. If you want to invade Iraq, America, off you go. But of course we didn't. Loads of people, like Jeremy Corbyn, were saying this is going to be a disaster, and indeed it was. And as I said last week, if I was a politician in France or Germany and I've got an Iraqi refugee to house, I'd say, well, you send them to Britain, because they said they wanted to have the war. And this is the problem about the British, is they like having wars in other people's countries a long way away.
I think some of the establishment do, not the British.
The majority of people at the time, I mean, there was big opposition. We had massive opposition in Bristol. We had 66 buses to the big demonstration. We had weekly meetings. But a large number of people, and certainly in the Labour Party, members of Parliament like Claire Short, voted for the war. Now that means you've got to accept the consequences of what you've decided.
She then resigned, didn't she? Because she had been told wrong things about what was going to happen.
She had been bamboozled. Yeah. But in actual fact, if she had voted against, we'd have had a situation where the Labour Party in Parliament would not have supported the war, and Blair would have had to go to war with Tory support, which would have undermined him quite a. You know, in other words, her, and of course Robin Cook famously resigned from the cabinet and said, I can't go along with this. So there was an awful lot of heart searching about it, and quite right, because that was a really, really stupid decision. Why do you think ISIS eventually comes to power in Syria?
It wasn't
because of all the effects of the knock-on effects.
It wasn't stupid. It was evil, and it was well organised, wasn't it? Just as much of many of the things going on today are. Anyway, we're going to have a listen now to Tony Greenstein, the Brighton-based son of a rabbi blogger, who's been looking at this amazing. I mean, because it's got all sorts of parallels. What's happening with the Church of England to what's been going on within the Labour Party about the Board of Deputies of British Jews brought in a complaint against a vicar called Stephen Sizer, who was the vicar at Virginia Water in southwest London, saying that he was an anti-Semite and he was bringing the Church of England into disrepute. So here is Tony Greenstein now, I spoke to last week, about looking at who are this Board of Deputies?
The idea that the Board of Deputies, which told Jews never to oppose fascism in Britain, told them to stay indoors when Mosley was trying to march through the East End, is seriously concerned about anti-Semitism, beggars belief. If you're anti-Semitic, the chances are that you support Israel. Bannon, Trump, Tony Robinson, Andrei Breivik, the whole list of them. Because if you're anti-Semitic, what better solution is there to the Jewish problem, as you call it, than sending Jews to their own state, their own reservation? So it was not about anti-Semitism. It was about Israel, and it was about Zionism. It was about getting rid of one of their most trenchant critics. We all know that.
So how are the Board of Deputies involved? Surely this is a church, Welby's own investigation is done here.
Well, the Board of Deputies brought the complaints in the form of the two, the President and ex-president, that's Marie van der Zyl and Jonathan Arkush. They were the ones who made the complaint.
I'm getting very confused here, because this is a Jewish organisation which is playing a role as prosecutor in a Church of England decision.
Well, I don't know whether they were the prosecutors, but they set the process off in motion. They lobbied for it. They campaigned for it. And they did it partly via the Council of Christians and Jews, which is a nefarious organisation, an interfaith group. And basically, the Jewish component, or it's really the Zionist component, agrees to have nice lovey-dovey meetings and a shared consensus on the basis that the Christians will accept their guilt in the Holocaust and expiate it through their support for Israel. I mean, it's a completely lousy, rotten deal. I mean, the Zionists were quislings during the Holocaust, but they've now exploited it and used it to guilt-trip anyone who doesn't support Israel. I mean, that's the reality.
That's Brighton blogger Tony Greenstein. They're talking about the Board of Deputies. Martin, who are this organisation, Board of Deputies and British Jews, and how and to what extent do they represent the wide Jewish community?
Well, Tony Greenstein will know more than I do, but as I understand it, the Board of Deputies and British Jews is a self-appointed organisation. And it brings together, leading figures in the Jewish community. There's no internal democratic structure, and they claim to speak on behalf of Jews, which, of course, Naomi Winbram Idrissi, who set up Jewish Voice for Labour, who's now been expelled from the Labour Party, she said, well, I wouldn't have set up a Jewish-only organisation, except I really resent these people saying that they speak on my behalf, because they don't. They're not representative. They are, in fact, the Board of Deputies of British Jews, for example, frequently intervenes in politics to say to vote Conservative. That's what they do. They're a conservative Jewish group. That's what they are. But why anybody else should take any notice of them? And they're entitled to exist and they're entitled to their views. But the idea that they somehow represent the views of Jews in general is simply wrong. They are self-appointed.
So there are all sorts of these Jewish organisations, it seems. Some of them are pro-Israeli state, the others are anti, but it's very difficult to find any that's in the middle.
Well, I mean, all different organisations have got different structures. We were just talking about big red barns there and so on. I mean, it's all, you can't just lump all these things together. Jewish Voice for Labour has got a pretty straightforward structure, which is if you are a Jewish person or of Jewish heritage, you can be a member, but otherwise you have to be a supporter, which is the principle behind the Jewish Socialist Bund in Poland, Lithuania in the 1900s. So in actual fact, the debate about this was had in Poland, Lithuania long before black sections in the Labour Party or in the US. So the principle is that Jewish people are there is specific things about being Jewish, so they've got to have separate organisations where they can talk about what it means for them. But on the other hand, it shouldn't be exclusive, and they should cooperate with others and all the rest of it. That will be the socialist position.
They're cooperating with this organisation called the Council of Christians and Jews. He said something there which I found a bit bizarre, which is the church's guilt for the Holocaust. Now, I don't think it was the church who was responsible for the Holocaust, was it? Why is he talking about there? I thought it was the SS.
Well, yes, but of course, what they claim is, I mean, there is a clear link between the Christian attitude towards the Jewish community in the Middle Ages leading on towards the Holocaust, yeah?
Well, I thought the Middle Ages thing was mostly about people owed money to Jews, and therefore they wanted to kill them, so they didn't know them anymore.
Well, that's partly to do with it.
That was one of the things
yes, of course.
At York, for example.
That caused all kinds of resentments and difficulties, but also, don't forget, in the past, there was just one religion, the Christian religion. There weren't even separate Christian cults, where they were in competition with each other, and if you rebelled against that, you were a Muslim or you were a Jew, then there was something fundamentally wrong. But there is something hard to manage.
It's something quite cruel about that medieval Christian thing, where you're not allowed to do usury unless you're Jewish, and the Jews, we're going to go and murder them because they've lent us some money and we don't want to pay it back.
Well, that is exactly what went on, and of course all of this feeds into the anti-Semitism of Nazi Germany.
I mean, that's
but of course this has become such a minefield because of all this stuff about Israel.
Yeah,
I read a book recently called State of Terror, How Terrorism Created the State of Israel. And the Zionists...
Who's that by?
I've forgotten the name, but people can look it up.
Look it up.
It's quite a recent book, because you see a lot about recent histories. They've got access to new documents and so on. Yeah, so it's not just rehashing the old story. I thought I'll have a look at this and see what's in it. And of course, he's got lots of new information from British military and police archives. And that they even during the second...
Is it Thomas Suarez?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And he points out
2016,
that even in the middle of the Second World War, when the British Army was fighting Rommel in North Africa, Jewish terrorists aligned with the current government's policies, they would be the grandparents of the people running the show now, they carried on attacking British military personnel. They saw the British as the threat. They contacted the Germans and said, if you give us some weaponry to fight for Israel, we will fight with you. These are the people that we're accused of being anti-Semitic for saying that these people. I mean, Smotrich, he said, "Well, I am a fascist." He said it the other day. He said, "Yes, I'm a fascist. I'm proud of it."
This is the new Israeli finance minister, isn't it?
Yeah. The right wing in Israel identified with Mussolini and the black shirts. Mm. That is their political provenance.
Self-identifying as an Italian black shirt. Sorry, I should stop chuckling. But some of this just sounds so absurd.
This is. You see, there used to be what you might call liberal Labour Zionism, and that tended to be, people like Rabin, who was assassinated. But what's happened in interim is Israeli society has moved radically to the right, to the point where, bizarrely enough, of course, the big Christian community in Israel, Palestine, is Palestinian. And of course, are they represented on this Christian-Jewish thing?
Martin, the answer is no. So we're going back to Tony Greenstein again now, who explains a little bit about this persecution by Justin Welby of the Reverend Stephen Sizer.
His name is Stephen Sizer. He's written books about Christian Zionism, of which he is an expert. He has expressed and given practical solidarity to the Christian community, especially the religious Christian community in Palestine. And that is the reason why the Board of Deputies, which is riddled with Islamophobia and other forms of racism, has been gunning for him. It's got nothing to do with anti-Semitism. That's always a pretext. The Board of Deputies isn't concerned about genuine anti-Semitism. It just considers that supporting Palestinians is anti-Semitic. And they targeted him. And Justin Welby, who's an extremely right-wing Archbishop of Canterbury, set in train a disciplinary process which has led, I've called it the crucifixion of Stephen Sizer. It's absolutely outrageous. He's been barred for 12 years from ministering as a result, and he's done absolutely nothing. He's never made a single anti-Semitic comment. The only thing they've accused him of is linking to anti-Semitic sites. Well, we all do that. It's not always possible to discern from a site when you go to a particular article that other stuff is dodgy. It's just guilt by association at the second or third stage, typical McCarthyism. That's really what has happened.
That's Tony Greenstein again there, talking about what's been going on in this case, and I'll put a link up to the full interview with Tony on our show page at thisweek.org.uk later. Martin, now Stephen's book is called Christian Zionism, Roadmap to Armageddon. Now, it sounds a little bit kind of grim, doesn't it? But what he's saying, actually, is that the Jewish Zionists and the Christian Zionists have got it all wrong. And actually what they're doing is they're careering down a track into a massive car crash down in the Middle East.
Well, not a car crash, a nuclear war, isn't it, is what we're talking about. Well, Christian Zionists believe in the end of the world. And that's why they've got it into their heads that they've got to support the state of Israel, because that will lead to Armageddon, to the end of the world, and then the rapture, where all the good people will go to heaven. Now, this isn't terribly rational, but Pompeo, who used to be the head of the CIA, is one of these people. So, you'd think the head of the CIA would be a bit more worldly than that, but no.
Yeah, but he lies, he cheats, he steals. Maybe he's just saying that.
No, he lies, he cheats and steals, and he justifies this to his Christian Zionist conscience, because it's all for the best, because it's going to lead to the end of the world, and therefore to heaven. And of course, the other thing is Christian Zionists are anti-Semitic because ultimately they believe that the Jews who are going to be saved will convert to Christianity just before the war, just before the bomb goes off, and those ones will be saved. But those who don't, they'll all die.
So let's just run through, and what I might do is put the, if I can get my act together, put a little list of the various tenets of this faith of Christian Zionism or Jewish Zionism, because it's quite important to understand what they're up to.
They're distinctive.
They are.
They're distinctive. They're not quite the same.
One of the things Stephen Stiers has done in his book is set out their almost like you were talking about manifestos earlier. This is a manifesto for them. They're saying that God blesses those who bless Israel and curses those who curse Israel. So Israel is everything, of course, and the Israeli state they're talking about there, not God's chosen people. He says the Jewish people are God's chosen people. Well, this is, again, it's othering everybody else, and it's a recipe for racism, as we'll hear a bit more about in a minute. Then, number 3 is the promised land was given by God to the Jewish people as an everlasting inheritance. In other words, nobody else is allowed to have that land, only Zionist Jews. Jerusalem is the exclusive and undivided eternal capital of the Jewish people. Now, on that one, Martin, we've seen, ever since 1948, we've seen, the Six-Day War, the Yom Kippur War. Jerusalem was designed to be half Arab, half Jewish. Well, it was always going to be a potential problem, that. But now you've got the Israeli state and the IDF actually almost completely taken over East Jerusalem as well as West Jerusalem, haven't they? So they have done a massive land grab in that city, and that's all completely out with international law.
It is. I mean, the state of Israel, Ernie Bevin, who was foreign secretary at the time, he was quite robust, saying we're not going to give them a state. They don't deserve one. They've been killing our soldiers, killing our police officers. We don't give in to terrorists. You can't have a state. But he was overruled because the Americans had been lobbied, and a state was given to them, and they were recognised in 1948 within a boundary which is quite small, around Tel Aviv and around the coast there. They were definitely not supposed to get Jerusalem. Absolutely not. You can have a state. Even after that, they've never accepted the boundaries of the state. Yeah, it's a state that doesn't have any boundaries, so they're going to annex the West Bank here now. Now, when Vladimir Putin does this in Crimea and people vote to turn to Russia, that is international aggression. When they do it, it's God's will. Well, and of course, that's exactly how this is perceived in the wider world.
After Yom Kippur, some chap called Oded Yinon, he was an academic and a journalist over in Israel, came up with something called the Yinon Plan in February 1982. It was entitled A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s, an article. But what's happened since, of course, is that it does look as if the West has been following this plan. Part of the plan is to balkanise the Middle East. The idea is to blur the boundaries of the existing countries so that Israel can quietly be expanding and expanding.
Well, they push for having ethnic-based states because that's what they've got. And if we've got an ethnic-based Shia state in here and a Sunni state over there, well, we can have an Israeli state over here. Because, of course, Syria and Iraq were secular states. Syria, in particular, has got a very mixed population. The majority are Sunni, the big Shia minority, of which Alawites, which Assad is a member, and you've got a substantial Christian community, and there used to be a lot of Jewish community, and so on. And therefore, they can't really, people in Syria were horrified by the extremism of the jihadi factions and ISIS and so on, which is why the Syrian Arab Army have managed to win the battle in Syria. But they've taken as many casualties as the poor old Ukrainians have taken, but over a longer period. All of which is, this is not, the problem with Israel is not just the oppression of the Palestinians, bad enough as it is, they destabilise everything around them. They turn everything. It's like South Africa used to do in southern Africa. They devastated Angola and Mozambique, and probably caused more damage in southwest Africa. Yeah, they are just and of course, in 1999 we went to war with Serbia because we wanted Kosovo to be liberated from Serbian oppression. And of course, do you know who didn't support that NATO intervention? The Israelis, because they could see a precedent was being set. If we can put a no-fly zone over Kosovo and bomb their TV stations and kill their weather girls and knock out their railway stations, What's to stop the RAF doing that over Gaza?
Let me just run through the last
If we're going to be consistent here.
Stephen's points, what he talks about defining Christian Zionism. The Jewish temple, Solomon's temple, must be rebuilt before Jesus returns. And if actually, funnily enough, if you look in the book of Revelation, it does say there will be no temple in Jerusalem when Jesus returns. So I don't know where they get that one from. The Christian Zionists often maybe just they read books rather than actually read the Bible itself. But believers also will be raptured to heaven, as Martin said, and also God has got a separate plan for the Jewish people apart from everyone else. So it's very much the idea is that and in fact Christ came along, as I understand it, to include everybody. He was talking about, for example, there's even a wonderful quote in the Old Testament saying that you should be treating foreigners in your country as if they were your own kin, things like that. And of course they just pick and choose what they're going to agree with in the Bible and what they're not. That seems to be the main problem. Anyway, Tony, I also talked to him about the persecution of Christians that's going on actually in Israel today.
The Church of England, instead of calling out the racism in the Israeli state, and in particular the harassment of the Palestinian Christian church, they say nothing about that, and it's very severe, the harassment, because Israel really doesn't want Jerusalem to be the city of three religions. It sees it as the Jewish capital, not a Christian or Muslim place. I mean, the UN in 1947, its resolution establishing the Jewish state specifically said that Jerusalem should be governed under a multinational regime, but that never happened because it didn't put anything in place. So you have the situation today where the other religions are under constant attack by the Israeli state. And the press says nothing about the vandalism very recently at a Christian graveyard in Jerusalem, about the attacks on Christian priests. I mean, quite regularly people just spit at them in the street and assault them and so on. Nothing of this ever surfaces in the British press. The arson attack on the Church of Multiplication, for instance. The guy who went into the Church of Flagellation and took a sledgehammer to an ancient statue of Christ. All these things are never mentioned because, Israel is the West's favourite watchdog, isn't it? I mean, that's really what its role is.
So there's Tony Greenstein again. I mean, I didn't, he's right. He's like, you just don't know if they're not telling you what's going on. And it sounds to me as if there's some pretty horrific acts going on we're not hearing about at all. Now, I imagine if that was to be happening in London, in a synagogue with some guy coming in with a sledgehammer and smashing the place up, you'd probably hear about it.
Well, you would, and it's like Brian Eno says, it's propaganda, isn't it? There are things we're supposed to be worried about. Ukraine! And there are things we're not supposed to be worried about. Israel.
Oh. Yeah, well, also, what about the politics of Israel today? So I asked Tony about this new government that they've got over there, which is the most far-right one they've ever had. What about the present-day Israeli state, though? Because a lot of people are pointing the finger at that and getting rather nervous. I mean, Netanyahu, as you point out in your article, says Israel is not a state of all its citizens, demonizing Israeli Arabs. There's just been an election where we've got a finance minister who's quite openly saying he's a fascist and a homophobe.
Yes, that's right. I mean, Bezalel Smotrich is his name. He's in charge now of what's called the civil, but it's really the military administration in the West Bank. And he's an out-and-out racist. I mean, he openly said, for instance, that his wife should have the right to have a child in a hospital without Arabs being in the same maternity ward. He said to Arab members of the Knesset that you are here by mistake because Ben-Gurion didn't complete the task in 1948 and expel you. Normally they deny there was a Nakba, but in this case he openly admits it. So, I mean, and then there's Ben-Gvir, who's been convicted in Israel, and it's incredibly rare for someone Jewish to be convicted of racism. He had a poster on his wall, Barak Goldstein, who went into the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron with an automatic and killed 29 worshippers and injured over 100. And he had a poster on his wall of this person. And now Ben Gvir is the police minister in Israel, for God's sake. I mean, you've got a Jewish neo-Nazi as police minister. I mean, Israel is just lurching to the far right.
And Tony, that's the last clip with Tony Greenstein there. His book is called Zionism During the Holocaust, the Weaponization of Memory in the Service of State and Nation. But what he's saying there, Martin, is that things are getting worse all the time over there. It's becoming more and more racist and more of an apartheid government.
Well, it is, and you mentioned the word apartheid there. Anybody who tries to argue for boycott, disinvestment and sanctions comes under pressure. There's just been a legal case in the US where the state of Arkansas has said we can persecute anybody who calls for sanctions on Israel. It can be punished, and therefore we're not you can lose your job and this sort of thing. So they are very, very aggressive. As you know, they tried to get this show off Bristol Community Radio. UK Lawyers for Israel went to Ofcom to try and get us taken down. They're very they always, they're very predictable. They constantly attack people who they regard as threats to their narrative. But of course they're on, in international terms, they're on very, very shaky ground, because as world wars start to take out and the state of Israel becomes a bit of a liability, they may find that they overplay their hand. Don't forget the Russian army is over in Syria, and they are quite capable of taking on the Israelis if that's what it comes to. And I don't want that to happen. I'm just saying they need to think about that before they go any further down the road they're going.
I mean, people forget, don't they, that actually there used to be Syrian and Egyptian troops based in Jerusalem, didn't there?
Well, there was. I mean, but they basically...
that was the idea, to have it as a capital, which was managed by various states, as he was saying.
The deal in 1947 was just not adhered to. Now, apparently, when Kosovo wants to break out of Yugoslavia, or Slovenia wants to break out of Yugoslavia, that's okay. When Donbass wants to break out of Ukraine, that's not okay. But the Israelis are just allowed to have any land they want, and there's no limit to what they can have.
That's interesting. I just want to bring you back to one thing. You both mentioned it, and that is the no borders question. They never wanted to have their borders set in stone, and they don't want it, I believe, because there is a plan for Greater Israel. And Greater Israel goes right halfway up into Syria and all the way down to the Saudi Arabia desert. And so if they don't want borders and they want to be able to expand, they'll take every opportunity they can to do that expansion, and that could exactly be when there's more trouble in the Middle East. It works for them.
Yeah, it might be why they seem to be so belligerent and wanting to have wars with the Iranians all the time.
Well, I think the thing is, if you come back to the original foundation of the state and the book I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of evidence in that they were very, very extreme in their views. Their attitude was that nothing is to stand in the way of what we want, because we are right, whatever. And therefore we kill police officers, we kill soldiers, we kill Arab civilians, we kill Jews who don't agree with us. And and one of British internal report was saying, well, there's a lot of similarities between the Irgun and the Haganah, which was the kind of the groups which were engaged in this
terrorist groups,
and the Hitler Youth. Yeah, they were because they used to take very young teenagers and show them how to kill people and explain why they needed to kill people and so on. And that was very much how people brutalised
as teenagers.
One of the things they did is that Roosevelt agreed that loads of Jews who'd been persecuted in Europe during the war could go to the United States. He said, right, well, we're an open country. They're quite useful people. They can come here. And you know what? The Israelis lobbied that they couldn't go there. They said Jews have got to go to Israel. They're not allowed to go anywhere else. And a lot of the people, and they even sank a ship of people coming because they weren't happy because they were going to be taken somewhere else. So they sank the ship with all the people on it. because they didn't want them to go anywhere else other than Israel.
Yeah, it sounds
and that's
like
how extreme the mentality was.
Well, extreme mentalities also extend to a guy called, well, he used to be the health secretary, called Matt Hancock. His WhatsApps apparently are a disgrace. Being trapped in hotel quarantine triggered my asthma attacks. A mother who claims her experience in COVID quarantine hotel has triggered severe asthma attacks has blasted Matt Hancock and the UK's most senior civil servant for disgraceful comments about travellers stuck in lockdown rooms. Hannah Pickersgill, 38, said she and her husband Richard and their 2 young children, aged 5 and 8 at the time, were trapped in a dirty, dusty hotel room near Gatwick after flying back from South Africa. At one point, the mother of 2 called 999 for a paramedic when her asthma, which she believes was triggered by the conditions in this room, left her struggling to breathe. Her son was 8 at the time. He was completely traumatised by their time at the hotel. Newly released messages from the cache of WhatsApps leaked to Isabel Oakeshott suggests that then Health Secretary Matt Hancock and top civil servant mocked people in quarantine hotels. She said, I thought I was going to die in there because of how little I could breathe, and yet still no one would help me, she said. And for them to be making comments like that at the time, that's funny, that's waiting for people to come out of that first class and go to a Premier Inn. The guy is a disgrace. So they were being mocked, Martin. What do you make of this revelation this week, Isabel Oakeshott and the Daily Telegraph? I mean, it's almost like this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? All Matt Hancock's WhatsApp messages during the pandemic.
Well, I don't think there's anything. This is more evidence of the cack-handed incompetence that he brought to the role. And of course, I think what's also going on is an attempt to dump it all on him, rather than other more senior people. For example, Boris Johnson. There is what Oakeshott said is because the inquiry into all of this is going to take so many years, and it probably will, like Chilcot and Savile and all the rest of it. She's got this stuff out there now because she's not happy with what Hancock did, and of course he's unhappy because she ghost wrote his book for him, which is how she's got access to these messages. I mean, we can narrow it down to talking about the political implications of this particular leak of stuff, or the bigger questions of what went on in the whole policy.
In a way, this is part of a wider syndrome, isn't it, of utterly incompetent people who just do whatever in this case, the pharmaceutical industry want them to do. They're not really interested in what's in the best interest of the public. They're of an impetus. I mean, one of the things I found fascinating this week was also the talk about, is it Sue Gray, the woman that did the report into Boris Johnson, being invited to become a chief of staff for Keir Starmer. Now, this says something, it rings really very loud alarm bells for me. What's happening there is she's being rewarded for doing whatever it is she did with Boris, and maybe getting rid of Boris. This is like a pat on the back and a reward. Thankfully, someone's picked up on it, and they've said, well, no, maybe this isn't appropriate to now give her a job. But it seems to me, Julie, there's a culture out there where it's a cliquey culture. If you're in the clique, you're in. If you're not, you're not. And the public are completely sidelined by these people because they are just simply doing favours for friends now. They're not actually running the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is clubby, and people don't expect it to be quite as clubby as it is. Certainly, if your face doesn't fit and you say the wrong thing, I can only talk about Labour because I've not been in the other parties, but if you don't say the right thing, then you're out, you're sidelined, and they rear up against you. At least when it was more trade union, we had somewhere to go with it.
So Matt Hancock's threatened Isabel Oakeshott with legal action, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere. Knowing a little bit about the law with this, Martin, it's a non-disclosure agreement that she signed to get all his WhatsApp messages. But of course, if it all goes to court in the public interest, that's a perfectly reasonable defence for her.
It's not a reasonable defence for Julian Assange, is it? I mean, I'm just saying.
He's not in the club.
He's not in the club. That's right. I mean, she's a well-connected Tory hack, so she will be protected.
She's trusted. I mean, like I said earlier, if Isabel Oakeshott's now done this, she will, as a journalist, get a lot more people coming to her and say, "Well, I've signed a non-disclosure agreement too. Can you use this?" This is how journalism should work.
Well, yes, and she is going to be. She sees a career move out of this. But then Matt Hancock, went off to be in the what is it? What's the reality TV show he went to be?
Oh, yeah, I'm in the jungle or something.
That's right. He's just set up his own media company as well.
Yeah.
He was clearly worried that he needed to spin for himself, before this all happened.
I mean, these two deserve each other, don't they? They are a sickening example of the entitled elite that runs this country.
I'm not sure how, when you say she's going to get promoted because of this, she's doing it for her career. She's already, number one at various TV stations, and she's got her own Telegraph column. I mean, what's she going to do?
No, she made the editor of the Telegraph, is there, Tony?
Well, no, but you see, all I'm saying is that this is what journalists should do. The BBC lawyers will be saying, "Oh, you can't do anything about this because someone signed a non-disclosure agreement. You're not allowed
to." The BBC would be jumped on by the government saying that you've done this deliberately to undermine the Tory government.
A lot of this is
advice.
Whereas
if Oakeshott, who's a Tory Telegraph journalist, they can hardly accuse her of being anti-Tory.
They're getting from the media lawyers, the in-house media lawyers will be making a lot of these recommendations and saying, "Yep, I reckon you can do it," because of course they're looking at their long-term, ad revenue, the fact that people are going to actually trust their newspaper more, and those that don't publish these things in the public interest and are taking dodgy advice from the lawyers, well, they deserve to go down. I mean, I think that's definitely the case in modern journalism. There seems to be a lack of courage.
Well, there's a lack of courage because if you're going to do stuff, you've got to run the risk of ending up like Julian Assange. If you're really going to do it. Sy Hirsch has come out with this stuff about the blowing up of the pipeline. And of course, they can't touch him because he's such a, everything he's ever written has been proved to be true. He's never been proved wrong about anything he's written ever since 1970. But nevertheless, what you find is that most people in Britain are unaware of his allegations because it's simply not been reported. It's not been reported in the Telegraph. It's not reported in the BBC. It's not been reported because of the internet. The outside world have been talking about this. It's been all over the news in Russia for obvious reasons. Even in Germany, it's come through. They had a debate about it in the Bundestag. But there's still, most people are blissfully unaware of very, very important news. I mean, you'd have thought that would have been, this blows up massive hole in the whole story about what's going on in the Ukraine, and that's why we're not allowed to know anything about it.
We're not like that on here. We will be hearing quite a bit more about that later on. I mean, one of the things I would think about Hancock, which connects him with our next story, is this idea of deliberately putting these people in power to do utterly ridiculous and annoying things, in the knowledge that the big corporations are sitting back, the banks are sitting back, watching governments implode, not only with their credibility and their integrity, but also with the amount of money they've got to spend on doing the right thing. And so I think this is in the backdrop of all of this is this rather nasty fascistic view that the big corporations are actually much better placed to run things. And as governments lose their credibility and start to collapse, those corporations are getting more and more power and they're getting ready to take over. But the other story, which is rather implies that government hasn't got a clue this week, is what happened with the Manchester Arena. Which we did quite a lot of commentary at the time, didn't we, Martin, about the Manchester Arena attack, drawing questions about. Do you want to just say something about that? Because the guy who was accused of doing it, Salman Abedi, his family should most definitely have been up on the radar, and you and I have said that many times.
Well, I don't know how much time we've got to go into all of this.
Well, that's the Islamic Fighting Group.
Yes,
and his father was actually MI6 agent over in Libya working to kill Gaddafi, working for MI6. That was his father.
The Islamic Fighting Group's headquarters outside Libya were in Manchester. There's even a picture on the wall of the Manchester Brigade of Islamic Fighting Group. And that's because they were opposed to Gaddafi, so Annie Mashin and Dave Shaler, who we used to talk to a lot, when they were working for MI5, they uncovered, MI6 came to Dave Shaler and said, well, we're going to try and assassinate Gaddafi,
well, that's right.
and we're going to use the Islamic Fighting Group of Libya.
This got called the Gaddafi plot.
The Gaddafi plot, that's right. And of course, of the international brigades that were sent to fight in Afghanistan against the Soviets, the biggest proportion of those came from Tripoli in Libya, and they were Islamic Fighting Group. And in fact, the relationship between the Islamic Fighting Group and the British intelligence services is profound and goes back a very long way. And what came out in the court case today is that MI5 had failed in various ways, blah, 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 blah. They should have seen him coming. But of course, the judge who was in charge of it said a lot of the evidence that was given about this was given in secret. and I can't tell you what they told us because that's going to compromise national security. And what I suspect is that will show that these individuals had close links with MI6 going back years, because Libyan Islamic Fighting Group was one of their cat's paws. Part of the... Don't forget, Al-Qaeda was created by our own intelligence services in the 1980s. It was the British and the Americans who created it. And then the story is they suddenly went rogue and started blowing things up and we can't control them. But of course that's belied by what happened in Syria in recent years, where the same British intelligence services and special forces have been working with these Al-Qaeda linked groups in Syria to try and overthrow, like the White Helmets, for example, to try and overthrow Assad. Now I think this is the very least you could say about what happened in Manchester is because they had an intimate relationship with these people, they weren't really watching them properly and so on. But it may well be worse than that.
Salman Abedi's father was called Ramadan Abedi, and he had been working with MI6 all this time. It seems to me, well, what's going on is the intelligence services, MI5 is supposed to be the security service for domestic UK, like connected with the Home Office, and MI6 with the Foreign Office outside the UK, is that they are actually running these sorts of terrorist organisations. And so it shouldn't be really that surprising if one of them decides that they're going to turn those terrorist bombs on Britain.
Well, that would be what you might...
Maybe they shouldn't run terrorist organisations in the first place.
Well, you could argue that, Tony, but then that's what they do. I mean, that's what they've been doing for years. Yeah? So you say, well, you see, MI5 is supposed to just do stuff in Britain, but of course, back in the day when Israel was part of the British Empire, or Palestine was part of the British Empire, MI5 were in charge of that. They were in charge in Kenya in the 1950s. So MI6, I mean, what happened? Dave Shaler said to me, I was sitting at my desk in MI5, just reading the Daily Telegraph, and then MI6 arrived. And they started, because I was MI5, they thought we're going to assassinate Gaddafi, and I thought they were joking. And then the next week I read about it and realised they weren't joking, that they were going to do it. And he said that MI5's got a more sort of grammar school culture, and MI6 is more like a public school culture. That's what he said. Right. But anyway, the point I would make about this is that there is a lot more to this than meets the eye. It's either because they were incompetent in not keeping an eye on them, even though they knew who they were and all the rest of it, or it may be, like other attacks that have been carried out in the West, it is actually the intelligence services who are ultimately the perpetrators. Okay, well, I'm going to ask you which of those you think, after we've heard from yesterday the inquiry chair, Sir John Saunders, and here's a clip, and I'll put a full version of this up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk later. Here is his take, and here's his kind of verbal version of the report he released yesterday, which is the third and final report on Manchester Arena, which concentrates on the failings of the security service.
Finally, in my report, I deal with the issue of whether the attack should or could have been prevented by the security service and counter-terrorism policing. I have reported fully on those matters in the closed part of Volume 3 of my report, which will be seen by those who are best placed to ensure that mistakes which were made are not repeated. In the open part of Volume 3, I have included all matters which I can safely include without jeopardising national security and making our community less safe. I have set out how I have approached the issue of national security, and I shall not repeat it now, except to say that where it has been possible, without risking national security, to make public the evidence that I heard enclosed, I have done so. What I have been able to set out in the open part of Volume 3 is that I have found a significant missed opportunity to take action that might have prevented the attack. It is not possible to reach any conclusion on the balance of probabilities or to any other evidential standard as to whether the attack would have been prevented. However, there was a realistic possibility that actionable intelligence could have been obtained which might have led to actions preventing the attack. The reasons for this missed opportunity included a failure by the security service, in my view, to act swiftly enough. I am aware that revealing what I have revealed in Part 24 of my report will leave many people, and particularly the bereaved families, wanting to know more. All I can say is that I have done my best to reveal what I can. Had we not had closed hearings, I would not have been able to make the findings that I have been able to make. Closed hearings, I am convinced, were entirely necessary as part of this inquiry if it was going to achieve its aims. The consequence of that, however, is that I have not been able to reveal some of the evidence on which my findings are based, as to do so would have risked breaching national security.
Trust me, says Sir John Saunders. That was the part of his very long, rather rambling explanation of the final report. So the fact is, Martin, there seems to be very little or no oversight, not even in a public inquiry of these people. And one does wonder whether the fact that the guy who was supposed to check Abaidi to see if they should have put him on the PREVENT programme and then failed to do so was just thinking, well, even if, I don't bother, no one's going to know.
Well, it's, public inquiries in this country are a stitch-up by and large. They always have been.
A lot of people say the PREVENT programme is a bit of a waste of time, but this guy, who was literally ticking every single box, including being reported to the MI5 directly on the anti-terrorist hotline by people in Manchester, they didn't even bother putting him on PREVENT.
Well, what happened, if you remember, was that the father, who was in Libya, because he'd just come back from Libya, he'd been fighting in Libya with his father, as you say, was an MI6 agent, and he said, this is a stitch-up. MI6 have stitched my boy up here. And it may well be that he didn't actually plant the bomb. We don't know, because there's often more to these than meet the eye. On 7/7, we had a French police officer come out of Scotland Yard saying, we're really worried about this because it looks as if they use C4 explosives, which is NATO standard explosives. Now,
well, if you remember Dawn Waddy, I mean, you brought this as an interesting point because we can't necessarily trust this chap. She was on Sky the day after she'd come back to where her daughter had either been killed or injured. No, I think it was some friends of her daughter. And she said, well, we saw somebody acting suspiciously on the road just near us and we flagged it up to the security. I mean, this is before the bomb took. No one was even thinking there was a problem. And that she didn't seem to be able to speak English. She seemed to be acting in a really weird way and kind of smirking and smiling like she knew something and she was looking over to where the bomb actually eventually exploded. And she was completely ignored by the security there on the night.
And also, of course, ignored by the subsequent police investigation. Because if there's more than one person involved, then, and don't forget, this guy built a viable bomb. That's not quite so straightforward. Yeah. The same thing on 7/7. Eventually, they said that they made the bombs out of shampoo. Yeah, and that was the story. But in actual fact, making bombs out of shampoo, I'm looking it up on the internet, is not that straightforward. Ask any provisional IRA volunteer.
Well, I think it was the bus bombers just after 7/7 had made what they thought was a bomb, but it just started foaming and all this kind of goo started oozing out of it on a bus.
What people find very hard to accept is that the intelligence services, far from being protectors, are enablers of this kind of terroristic attack. Not all terrorist attacks are carried out by the deep state, but a lot of the big ones certainly are. And it's been going back for years and years and years. People who are regular listeners to the show will know that we talk a lot about what happened in Italy in the 1970s. The head of the Italian Supreme Court in Posimato wrote a book that came out in 2012, La Repubblica dei Stragi Impuni. He was the investigating magistrate on many of these terrorist incidents in Italy, including the bombings of Piazza Fontana in 1969, killed 9 people, bombing of Bologna in 1987, that killed 87 people, and the police investigations showed it was the NATO intelligence services who were running those bomb attacks. That's what people find hard to believe. Not if you're in West Belfast, it's easier to believe. But in West Yorkshire, less so.
This was also worth noting that this bomb attack took place in the run-up to the 2017 election.
That's right.
And there were 2 other bomb attacks that also, or attacks that took place, terror attacks. There was the London Bridge one and the Westminster Bridge one that also, just as the election was going. And what this does, it has the effect of steering the narrative in the media during that election to be all about terrorism.
Yes, and the same thing happened in Spain, if you remember, with the Madrid train bombings during the election campaign there. I think the calculation by the NATO terror masters, if we can call them that, in both cases, was that they were trying to cement Aznar in place as the People's Party Prime Minister of Spain because he'd gone along with the Iraq War. So that by having an attack, he will then be seen to be, but you see, we were right all along, we're under attack. It didn't work in Spain because Aznar wasn't in on it, and he said it was ETA that did it, which looks stupid. And then, of course, in actual fact, in Spain, there was such a lot of opposition to the Iraq War. They said, well, no, even if it was, as you say it is, and of course, there's a question mark about what actually happened there, they voted for Zapatero, because he and the socialists, because they'd been against the war in Iraq, unlike the Labour Party.
Interesting. Here. We could also talk about Operation Gladio, but just before we do that, Martin, I'd just like to hear from one of the victims' mums, okay, and then you can have your say. Caroline Curry.
We would also like to thank Mr Warnock Casey for the respect shown to us from that very first day, when he immediately acknowledged the failures by GMFRS and apologised on their behalf, unlike all the other services. All we as families have asked for from day one is the truth, acknowledgement of failures, and a determination to make sure that those failures are fixed, so that next time, because there will be a next time, but hopefully next time there won't be as many families going through the utter heartbreak we have had to endure for the last 5 years, 9 months, 1 week and 1 day. We didn't get that acknowledgement from anyone other than GMFRS until the chairman's reports were published. Shame on you all. In this volume of the report, the chair has recognised that there was significant missed opportunity by MI5, which, had they taken action, could ultimately have changed the course of what happened that night. He also identified a lack of information sharing between the police and the security services. We hope lessons really will be learned this time. However, there were some heroes that night, and to name a few: Sergeant Cam Hare, Inspector Mike Smith, Chief Inspector Mark Dexter, and civilians Bethany Crook, Ronald Blake and Darren Costa. This is where the medals should have gone. We have sat through 8 weeks in the Old Bailey and over 2 years here at the inquiry. We have read countless statements, listened to hours of evidence, and we can only hope that one day the whole truth will come out, and others, including the fugitive brother and parents, face justice, because we will never believe they were in this alone. Forgiveness will never be an option for such evil intentions, and those that played any part in the murder of our children will never ever get forgiveness, from top to bottom, MI5 to the associates of the attacker. We will always believe that you all played a part in the murder of our children. We will spend the rest of our lives trying to protect our boys. Because as we found out through this process, once you leave the safety of your home, you are on your own. So many people being paid that night to protect our kids, and yet so many failed in their duties. Professionals that had responsibility but clearly had other priorities. Security staff that, even when told of the danger, failed to act appropriately. Once again, we'll never forgive you. Nothing can bring Liam and Chloe back. Nothing. But we won't let them be forgotten. We have set up a charity in their names as a lasting legacy, to show that from such absolute heartbreak, something positive can rise. We will continue to campaign to be allowed to register the personal detail on their death certificates, and we won't rest until all those who played a role in their deaths are brought to justice. Can we finally thank Duncan Atkinson Casey, Victoria Ailes and Adam Pater for being our voice throughout this ordeal, and our amazing team from Hogan Lovells, Scott, Haley and Helen, for their constant support even on the darkest days. You will never know how much this meant to us, the families of Chloe and Liam.
So that's quite an amazing testimony there from Caroline Curry. Martin, this is pretty harrowing for anybody, and it brings it all, I suppose, home to hear her experience and her having her say, especially after hearing the inquiry chair earlier in this kind of rather stilted fashion. And what she's saying, by the way, as well, is that mothers of Manchester Arena victims say cold-hearted ministers have left them numb. Grieving families of teenage sweethearts, Liam Curry and Chloe Rutherford, want the government to change the law so they can register the deaths of their children. The parents of teenage sweethearts killed in the Manchester Arena bombing, so they've been left numb as they accuse ministers of backtracking on promises to them. Liam Curry, 19, and Chloe Rutherford, 17, were among 22 innocent people that died in that attack. Their families have been campaigning to change the law to give them the option of being involved in registering their deaths. Current legislation prevents family members from registering the deaths of loved ones who are the focus of inquests or public inquiries. It has to be done by an official instead. So they feel like they've been punched in the face after ministers dropped plans to change the law. So they told them they were going to change the law. Now they've just said, now they're saying we feel led up the garden path. They've treated us with such disrespect. It's unforgivable. We've not been listened to. They just want us to go away and quietly find a corner to grieve in.
Yes, I hear all of that, Tony. Coming back to what I was going to say before the clip, Jeremy Corbyn, as you say, was campaigning to be the Prime Minister of the country at this time.
He did quite well as well.
Well, I'm just making the point. I think that the motivation behind the bombing, which wasn't necessarily carried out by an individual, was to destabilise Jeremy Corbyn, because then he comes out, he has to say, look, the terrorists are attacking us, and there's exactly the same motivation behind the bombs in Madrid in 2003. I think it was 2004, wasn't it, in Madrid? If what we're suspecting, this is all speculation, obviously, but of course, what Jeremy Corbyn did, which he's quite good at, is he said, of course I condemn this, it's absolutely wrong, but of course we've got to face up to the fact that we go invading other countries like Iraq, and in actual fact they didn't expect that the public would respond in that way to it. He was able to, so instead of something that was going to be a problem for him, it became something which he was able to either A, to neutralise, or B, to make the point, look, this is happening because of what we do. What do you think a bomb looks like when it hits a crowded place in Baghdad? It looks exactly like what it looks like in Manchester. Now, the other point is, what was the other point I was
Well, you can tell your other point after we've heard from the former head of MI5, Pauline Neville-Jones. She was on Sky, was it Sky, maybe Talk TV yesterday, giving her view on how actually MI5 has learnt its lessons from this attack.
Is this just individual human error inside MI5 with individual officers, or is there something more systemic going on, something wrong with the way MI5 is run?
No, I think it's more the first than the second. I don't think we have reason to suppose that somehow they have their priorities all wrong, or indeed that they've got fundamentally wrong techniques. I think it is the case that, as being rather, I think, graphically outlined in the report, was that there was a signal failure at one point where a piece of information, we don't know what kind it was, and we don't know how explicit it was, but clearly had national security significance, wasn't acted on soon enough. And it's from that single error that a whole lot of other possible opportunities, and the judge, Sir John Saunders makes it clear, that these wouldn't necessarily have resulted in success, but an opportunity was foreclosed by not acting soon enough. Now that's a lesson that the organisation will take to heart, and I'm sure they will have laid it down now, that information of that kind with that degree of sensitivity, even if you don't know and can't know how urgent it is, you act on it and you make it actionable immediately. So they will have amended their procedures.
Apparently they've amended their procedures. So she's trying to sort of pussyfoot around there. Well, we know what she's talking about. She won't say it, but this is about this failure to... They had basically a MI5 officer decided that, even though the evidence was quite clear, that Abedi should not be referred to this PREVENT programme.
Well, that was before all of this. Don't forget, he was going backwards and forwards to Libya. And he was going backwards and forwards to Libya because our special forces, the SAS and the SBS, were embedded with the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group trying to overthrow Gaddafi. The plan to overthrow Gaddafi did not begin when he started to use supposedly aeroplanes on the protesters in Tripoli. There was a planned exercise called Operation Southern Mistral, which had been planned for several years, which was all going to be, but the RAF and the French Air Force were going to be in southern France, and they were going to war game a humanitarian intervention in a North African country where people had been attacked by aircraft and they were going to have to intervene. So in other words, there's evidence that they planned to overthrow Gaddafi. Now these people, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, including Abedi and his father and his brother, were part of that plan. That's what was happening. So that's what the judge will have heard.
Getting back to Pauline Neville-Jones, don't you think it's likely that when this piece of paper came in front of this MI5 officer saying, look, this guy's a complete nutcase, he's got to go on the PREVENT programme, someone tapped him on the shoulder and said, no.
He's working for us. Yeah. That's right.
So anyway,
that's what's going on here.
So that's Pauline Neville-Jones we've heard from. I think probably a good idea now to listen to another person involved. And when all this was going on yesterday, I was thinking to myself, look, I know somebody who's got in touch with me in the past, Graham Fawkes. He lost his son David in the 7/7 London bombings. And so I phoned him up. I got a hold of him and asked him what he made of this report, because of course there's quite a lot of time difference, 12 years between the 7/7 London bombings, where 50 people or so died, and the Manchester Arena attacks. So I asked Graham what was going through his mind, who lost his son David in 7/7, when he heard this announcement from the inquiry that, oh, we're very sorry and we won't do it again, from MI5.
It was a real sense of déjà vu, because although the 7/7 attack was a little while ago now, following the inquest into that attack, what I heard today was exactly the same that we heard after the inquest into 7/7. MI5 missed the opportunity. MI5 are very sorry. They couldn't tell us quite what had happened because it was secret and it would threaten the nation. Very convenient excuse for them. We heard a number of recommendations about how easy it is, or a number of comments about how easy it is to simply, in this country, to go and buy materials from which you can make a bomb. Exactly the same as 7/7. In the Manchester attack, we heard how the emergency services were pretty dismal in their response, disconnected, disorientated, disorganised. Exactly the same as after 7/7. No change, no improvements. And Manchester attack, sadly, we know a number of people lost their lives who could well have been saved had the emergency services followed the recommendations from the inquest into 7/7. It's quite shocking, really, to think that they just completely ignored it, because it seems to me, as I heard today, oh, these things never happen, they're very rare, we don't need to do anything. Well, and that's exactly what happened.
I don't think most people realise what recommendations were made after 7/7, and whether or not our chief constables and our fire chiefs around the country followed them, because of course firefighters are not just firefighters, they're also extremely well qualified first aiders. They're dealing day to day with car crashes and things like that, so they are incredibly valuable people to have around. And one of the things that's so extraordinary about the Manchester attack is that the police cordon that was thrown around the venue excluded the firefighters from the scene for at least half an hour, something up to 3/4 of an hour.
Well, I wasn't at all surprised to hear that, because in London, for example, at Edgware Road, where my son was killed, we know that the fire brigade arrived and were told to sit on the curb and do nothing for, I think, 15 minutes, because the police, the fire brigade and the ambulance services didn't know what was happening, weren't able to communicate with each other. So there in London, many of the first responders, and as you say, the people actually in the fire engines, actually in the police cars, are really well trained, but were unable to do anything because they didn't have any command structure in place. And that's exactly what happened in Manchester. But the thing that I found really frustrating is, following the 7/7 attacks, there was something called the Joint Emergency Services Interconnectivity Process, was developed, and that was sent out to all chief constables and all the 43 forces in Britain, to all the fire brigades, to all the paramedics, and gave very clear instructions on the events of a major incident, not just a terrorist attack, but a major incident, how the command and control and communication system should work. A year before Manchester, that process was audited nationally, and shockingly was found that although the senior officers, chief constables and chief executives of the Ambulance Trust, knew about it, they didn't put in place any training. They didn't tell anybody that the system existed. So the day-to-day operational staff didn't even know that such a process of interconnectivity, so they could all work together, didn't even know it existed, let alone had any training. So that report was written a year before Manchester. It was highlighted to all the senior people that should know these things, and they did nothing about it. And when Manchester happened, exactly as predicted in this report, happened. Chaos. People not going to where they should do. Fire brigade not being allowed into the service. Paramedics not being allowed into the service. And people died. It's absolutely shameful.
So that's Graham Fawkes there, spoke to me yesterday. Amazing, really, to hear. It's not surprising his first words he used to me, Martin, were déjà vu.
Well, there's an awful lot of similarities, isn't there? One of the things that occurs to me is that you're not letting outsiders into the crime scene, as it were, because there are things that need to be removed from the crime scene.
Oh, maybe. And also, of course, that exactly the same happened to the Westminster Bridge attack.
Indeed.
Everybody was kept
CCTV.
out. Well, I know, but there was a report of what they did is the police said there's an active shooter. There was no active shooter, and they kept everybody out. In fact, nobody was allowed anywhere near the scene. So, I mean, if there was an active shooter, obviously you'd be saying that, but there wasn't, and people were excluded for a long period of time. The next person we're going to hear from, and of course the full interview with Graham I'll pop up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk later, is the lawyer for the families, a guy called Richard Scorer.
Today's report has been deeply painful to read, but also eye-opening. On the issue of the preventability of this attack, inevitably the report provides less information than we would have wanted. But it is now very clear that there was a failure to properly assess key intelligence about Salman Abedi, a failure to put it into proper context, and, most catastrophic of all, a delay in acting on it. As a result of these failures, at the very least, a real possibility of preventing this attack was lost. This is a devastating conclusion for us. The failures exposed in this report are unacceptable. The public are entitled to expect that information of national security importance will be acted on speedily, and, crucially, that the system will ensure that this happens. It must do so in the future. We note that Sir John will be making recommendations in his closed report. We trust that these recommendations will be acted on, and that Parliament will be vigilant in monitoring their implementation. We welcome the other conclusions and recommendations in this report. It is clear that Salman Abedi should have been referred to prevent. It is clear that the education system needs to be more vigilant in picking up signs of radicalisation. It is clear that Didsbury Mosque turned a blind eye to extremism in its midst. Sir John's report today contains many lessons. We must heed every one of them and make the necessary changes urgently. On 22nd of May 2017, thousands of people left their homes to attend a concert at Manchester Arena. 22 of those would never return home. Those killed and injured in this murderous attack had every right to feel safe and protected. But as this inquiry has demonstrated, they were failed at every level, before, during and after this horrific attack. Even now, some families feel let down by the government's refusal to allow them to register their loved one's death, which for some is a key part of the grieving process and is now being wrongly denied to them. Finally, we want to pay tribute to Sir John Saunders and the inquiry legal team for their unwavering determination to uncover the truth. We thank the inquiry support staff and the Resilience Hub for their support throughout. As this process now ends, we pay tribute to those who lost their lives. We also ask that our privacy is respected as we process the inquiry's findings. Thank you.
That's the lawyer Richard Scorer for 11 of the families, the victims of Manchester. Martin, one of the things that he said there which shocks me, because again, echoes of 7/7, is that there was this mosque, Didsbury Mosque, where it looks as if there was maybe some kind of intelligence outfit operating in there. Something that intelligence would, I'm sure, argue, well, we wanted to have somewhere where these people would go if they were extremists, so we could keep an eye on them. Now, I'm sure you'll remember from 7/7, Finsbury Park Mosque was being basically run, there's a faction in that mosque being run by MI5.
Well, that's right. And the people who ran the mosque weren't happy about those people coming in at all. No. And in fact, they were telling the police, well, these people are dodgy. What's missing from all of this is people's understanding of the history of NATO intelligence service terrorism, because it's actually historical fact. You can't get round it. In the 70s and the 80s in Italy, the intelligence service, SISMI, working with MI6 and the CIA, were behind all the terrorism in the country. The right-wing terrorism, the left-wing terrorism, the kidnap of the Prime Minister. And we've got a book written by the former head of the Supreme Court, the same level of judicial authority that Sir Keir Starmer had as Director of Public Prosecutions here. Yeah? And in the Piazza Fontana bomb in 1969, there's a brilliant drama documentary film that came out in 2016 about it. The police, there was a kind of strategy of tension going on.
Well, this is what I want you to come to. What is the point of MI5 actually being behind these sorts of attacks, or MI6 or whoever?
The point about this,
maybe even a foreign intelligence service.
Don't forget, Al Qaeda was created by our intelligence services. It didn't exist, and then we created it. Okay. It was created by the Safari Club of the French, the British, and various others. We created Al Qaeda. And as Robin Cook pointed out, Al-Qaeda just means the base, and that was a database that was held in Jordan, in Amman, of all these jihadis from all over the Middle East who were armed and trained by our special forces and then infiltrated into Afghanistan. Okay. So the links, and of course we have very close links with the Saudi Mukhabarat, yeah? So people can't, it's very hard to explain, especially to people who suffer.
Well, no, I think you've done a pretty good job, actually, and particularly saying that actually this could have been part of a kind of anti-Corbyn campaign going on in that general election.
It didn't work.
Well, it did, because he didn't become Prime Minister, did he?
Yeah, but in actual fact, it didn't dent his opinion poll ratings, because what he said was, I totally condemn this, but people have got to understand that if we're going to go to war in other countries, this is what it's like.
Press
and
on
actually,
the back of it.
A lot of people said, yeah, I can see that.
There was a lot of other press on the back of it saying, this guy's in bed with terrorists, wasn't there?
Well, that's what they hoped would happen. But in actual fact, because
nobody believed it. Well, I'm sure some people did.
Jeremy Corbyn did exactly the right thing.
A
lot of people listened and said, look...
Many people may well have been put off for voting for Jeremy Corbyn, particularly in the red wall seats, what we now call, because they'd seen all this stuff about how he was a terrorist.
Yes, and that would have been the motivation behind NATO intelligence services doing it. But it didn't necessarily work, same as it didn't work in Madrid. The Madrid train bombings were incredibly suspicious.
So let's just draw a line under this now, and I'll leave the final word to Graham Fawkes, who will talk about, what's going on within amongst the families of the victims of these terror attacks. Is there a general disquiet amongst the families of victims of these attacks, do you think?
Well, I know for a fact, I'm in contact with a great number of them, and we have our own little groups, and it's very clear that we're all upset, but it really is a case of what can we do? Nobody listens. After 7/7, for example, and the inquest, I had a personal meeting with the then Home Secretary, Theresa May, in her office in London, and went through the report with her and said, why don't anybody, at this moment, anybody can walk into a wholesaler and buy 10 kilos of hydrogen peroxide without any questions being asked. That's not the case in the rest of Europe. Why aren't we doing something about it? And she said, it's too hard. It would be too hard to do. I asked her about the interconnectivity of the emergency services, and she said, yes, we're working on that. Well, we saw what happened in Manchester, didn't we? So I think we're all of that mind that what can you do?
How would you answer that question yourself? Because something clearly needs to change, doesn't it, Graham?
Oh, gosh. The problem is there's no votes in it. MPs are vote chasers, aren't they? And there's no votes in making a whole hullabah about being the MP that's holding the security services to account. How does that appeal to any individual constituency voter? It doesn't. So I think that's the real problem there. So
that's Graham Fox there, ending our report on Manchester Arena report. Then I'll put full interviews up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk with the ex-boss of MI5 and with Graham too. On to another story this week. Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, had his question time yesterday evening, and he was being quizzed by members of the public. I think it was up in Ealing, as he goes around London and does these things all around London, about the extension of the clean air zone, what they call the ULEZ in London, from the inside the South Circular area out to outer London, where of course it's going to affect many more millions of people. And so these were the scenes inside the question time in Ealing last night.
There are objections. In 2006, when we banned smoking from public places, and there are objections now. What I find unacceptable, though, is some of those who've got legitimate objections joining hands with some of those outside who are part of a far-right group who are... Some of those outside... Some of those, let's be frank, let's call a spade a spade. Some of those outside are part of the far right. Some are COVID deniers. Some are vaccine deniers. And some are Tories.
Look, hang on. The mayor has a right to be heard, right? Don't... Look, this people's question time is an opportunity for you to have a exchange of views, not to hackle or shout, please. Otherwise, we could end this very, very quickly.
Now, to those people who've got legitimate concerns, fact, by the way, any fact. Some of you have got good reasons to oppose ULEZ, but you're in coalition with COVID deniers. You're in coalition. You may not like it. 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 You're in coalition with the far right, and you're in coalition with vaccine deniers as well.
So that's the Mayor of London last night getting a bit of a rough reception. I ask you about this certainly as an ex-Londoner anyway, Julie. Your thoughts about this, because a lot of people are getting rather annoyed at the idea that they're just going to simply be charged for going down the road, and now this includes people who actually there's no public transport around them, around outer London, and they absolutely rely on their cars to get from A to B.
Yeah, well, that's always been the problem, hasn't it? That a law will come in, or worse still, not even a law, just a statutory instrument given the force law.
Well, that's one of the things that's annoying people more than anything else. There was nothing about this in his manifesto. He's just doing it out of the blue.
And so he comes up with this idea and implements it, and there's nothing there to support it. So people have got nowhere else to go. It brings to mind the horrible Margaret Thatcher closing mental health institutions and sending people out into so-called community care when there was no community care.
Oh, so yes, care in the community.
Yeah,
I remember that.
You do one thing and say, this is what we're doing, it's great, it's going to save loads of money, or it's going to clean the air, or whatever it is that they say they're solving, and they create a massive other problem over here.
Actually, I think that was in John Major's time. Virginia Bottomley, I think, she was Health Secretary. But anyway, Martin, what do you make of this little bit of a hoo-ha? Accusing, you could hear the woman in there saying, blah, blah, cheek. What a cheek he's got, saying, hang on a minute, they're there to ask him legitimate questions, and they're being accused of being fascists. Like the far right.
Well, that doesn't strike me as being a particularly useful thing to say to that group of people, does it? I mean, you're just going to get their backs up.
It's almost like he's provoking them, winding up. He's not really serious about engaging with the public, it seems.
Well, he's trying to say, well, you're all right, but these people outside, they're terrible. What about that? And of course,
he's saying some of you.
Well, yes, but he doesn't know who he's talking to, does he? He's no idea who these people are. They're either going to like it or they're not going to like it. They may even be far right, and he excuses them. It doesn't matter.
You might be Tories, he said. I mean, that's legitimate.
I think one of the things that's going on with this particular issue is it is being extended into Tory voting out of London, and they don't like it at all. And therefore, they're very oppositional to it. So
the point
it's party political.
Martin, it's not just that they don't like it. It's that the whole point of this is, in central London, there is an alternative. You can get around on the tube, you can get around on the bus. A lot of these areas that they're now trying to put this in have got nowhere else. People have to use the car. And they're being told, what are they being told? Oh, you've got to sell your car and buy a bike.
Well, ultimately, if you're going to be serious about green stuff, that's what it does mean.
So what happens if you're like in your 70s and it's the middle of winter?
Well, you need free taxis.
Just can't get around.
You need free public transport, like in Tallinn in Estonia.
Come on, that's not going to happen, is it?
Well, if you're not going to do that, then you can't start bullying people about having cars. You've got to think. It's not radical enough, is it?
The premise of this meeting is that there is nothing else in place. There is nothing. In effect, it's very similar, isn't it, to what's going on with energy and the idea that we've got to get rid of all of our coal-fired power stations and gas-fired power stations. Where is the other? And of course, the nuclear is supposed to be some sort of magic bullet. But anyway, I spoke to somebody who was outside the meeting because he wasn't allowed into the meeting. He was told it was full. And his name is Piers Corbyn. He's one of the campaigners against the ULEZ in London. He's been very successful running a campaign for people to basically use all sorts of techniques, like putting bits of sticky tape on their number plates so they don't pay the fines.
Sadiq Khan's question and answer thing today, which is I was attending, was masses of people in there, over half the audience screaming and shouting at him all the time, and pointed out that his plans for extending the ultra-low emission zone had not been in his manifesto, and opinion polls had showed they were opposed by 90% of people in outer London. Yet he's proceeding. So what did he have to say to that? And the answer was nothing. He just talked nonsense about reducing pollution and that carbon dioxide, by implications, is a pollutant, which isn't true. But the plans do increase pollution by making people drive further, unless, of course, you put it into a framework of abolishing all vehicles. And they do believe in getting rid of the private car anyway by 2030.
So what's their agenda? Why are they doing this?
They are doing this because they envisage a new way of running the world, which is a very top-down thing, a world government, and people controlled to live in smaller areas where they're easy to control, and less people living in countryside, which will be taken over by rewilding and a generally lower population world. Now, I know it's difficult to believe that this is what people are planning for us, but that is what they say in their agendas, and the lower population is upon us because of the numbers who are dying now from having taken the injections.
OK, so what was Sadiq Khan supposedly announcing and discussing?
Well, it was his regular monthly question and answer. And as I said, mysteriously, it was suddenly full when me and some others turned up. But I think they'd had already agreed that they wouldn't have let us in anyway because we're on a list of people who might disrupt. I think that's the problem. But it was just a Q&A. And the first question, in fact, was from someone from Ealing who stood up and said these 15-minute zoning conversations, which are happening in the council, and the ULEZ extension was nothing mentioned in your manifesto, and it is opposed by people. What have you got to say to that? And his response was just rambling into metaphysical nonsense about supposed pollution, which he's creating.
This is an important question because this is about whether this is a democratic decision he's implementing or not.
That was the question, and the answer was the trouncing of democracy. And some GLA members, that's elected people on the Greater London Authority, were shouted out at that point and said, answer the question, So he's getting stick from, people right beneath him, but he still presses on. Now, we think that we can win on ULEZ, especially if people defy effectively, like driving at will and refusing to pay.
Yeah.
And that will bring him down. It will bring down ULEZ and bring down Sadiq Khan. And this is now the wish of millions of Londoners.
Well, we're all looking at London and seeing how you guys get on. I mean, he's also chair of this, I think, isn't it some sort of global parliament of mayors or something?
The C40, yes. I don't know what the 40 stands for, but it's a C40 cities. And they've hatched a thing called a Healthier Cities Conference, which is happening on the Ides of March. And we're going to have a demonstration outside there. And the Ides of March conference, or rather the Healthy Cities Conference, is saying that to have a healthier city, we've got to reduce motor cars and control your lives. Well, it's a nonsense. If you want to make motor cars cleaner, you could improve the catalytic converters in them. That would be the answer. But you see, they're using that health as an excuse to control. So we're going to be there in big numbers. Wednesday, the 15th of March, at the Renaissance Hotel St Pancras, which is the old Midland Railway Hotel, which is that gigantic red, beautiful old building attached to St Pancras Station. So we'll be massive people out there saying, go home to these people. You're not welcome in London. We want our freedom to drive and not be controlled.
Okay, watch out, Sadiq Khan, for the Ides of March. So that's Piers Corbyn, a full interview with him up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. Now, Julie, you were just talking about this whole idea of, is it mega cities, smart cities?
Yes.
As that's, I think, what they're discussing there. And this is a apparent plan that the World Economic Forum have put together. Not people we've elected, but Klaus Schwab and King Charles and his chums.
Yeah, I've just was looking at sort of large engineering projects on YouTube, and this whole smart city, mega city stuff came up, and I started looking at them because there's lots and lots of them, and I made some notes about it because it's kind of interesting that they're building most of these. The line in Saudi Arabia hasn't started yet, but the other ones are under construction, and they're basically saying we need a new city. It's going to be smart. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. They've got billions and billions for it, and then they tell you how many people are going to be living in it. I'm very interested to think maybe we should add up how many people are going to be living in these places, and if it comes anywhere near the 500 million that was on the Georgia Guidestones. But anyway, I digress. One of them is in Metro Manila in the Philippines, and that's for government only, 500,000 people. But China's got about 5 of them, and they're building them elsewhere, like Senegal and Africa. There's Eco City Nigeria for 300,000 people.
Now, this sounds like something from a sci-fi film where you've got this elite living in these mega cities and everybody else living outside, kind of scrabbling around for a bit of food, maybe going down to the big red food shed to try and get something to eat.
If you went back in time and looked at a film called Rollerball with James Caan, I saw it when I was a kid in the 70s, and that was something that we all said, well, that can never happen. The fact that you could have a film where an image of your loved one who was dead or left you or whatever manifested as a hologram, and you could still interact with them, and that the corporation owned you, and that if you needed anything, they'd give you a pill, and that was it. And somehow we've got there already. But yeah, I don't know who these cities are for and how they're going to run, but they're certainly going to need some unpaid people to do all the dirty work.
After the break, FBI announced the lab leak of COVID.
some people get mad at me when I use this analogy, but, maybe I shouldn't, but I will anyways because I'm an honest guy. I love dogs. I own 3 of them. I go to the dog park, and nothing brings more joy to my heart watching all those dogs run around. And I will bend over backwards for a dog, as most dog lovers will. Mm-hmm. But if you got a rabid dog running through the streets, I will gun him down. I will hunt him down. I will kill him without mercy because he's not a dog anymore. He's a diseased animal. I love humans. I want to peacefully coexist with humans. But Nazi ideology is a diseased ideology, and a human that has absorbed it is a diseased human. And they should be treated like rabid dogs.
Gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Now in darkness world stops turning, ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power, and as God has struck the hour, day of judgment God is calling. On the knees the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
Boom, boom. That's from Birmingham. A bit of an abrupt ending there. War Pigs by Black Sabbath. And before that, actually a little bit of intervention from Scott Ritter in the middle. But before that, George Harrison, 1971, My Sweet Lord. So welcome back to Not the BCFM Politics Show for those that want to bypass the Sonico in the corner. And before we get cracking, how about a poem? O Sceptred Isle, an ode to GB. This is from Patricia again. O Sceptred Isle, this land of hope, of fortress walls and hills, of men and moats and castle slopes, of love this homeland instills. In ocean sits this isle of good, of royals and majesty, who we of homeland would to lands of lands decree, of people who each day awake and know in hearts of hearts that none but we of Sceptred Isle this love impart. O Sceptred Isle, green of green, bejewelled in every hue, your beauty takes our breath away. So much we owe to you, all people who with hand on heart know how blessed we are to be upon this Sceptred Isle from near and from afar, of people who each day awake and know in heart of hearts that none but we of Sceptred Isle this joy, this love impart. Well, that was Martin. Last week you were saying actually you were a little bit patriotic, so there's a little bit of almost patriotic tune there about the Sceptred Isle. Welcome back to Not the BCFM Politics Show, as I said, with Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and Julie Lowe from Chesterfield and me, Tony Gosling. We're going to start though with a look at Rishi Sunak in Munich. So let's have a listen to him. This is, I think, absolutely fascinating little clip because it does kind of betray that it seems like there are plans afoot in order to alter the NATO Charter. Quite what's going to happen, what the Turks are going to have to say to that in order to allow Ukraine to join, or maybe. Have a listen to what you think in Rishi Sunak, our Prime Minister's tone. Maybe he's just trying to encourage the Ukrainians that they can join NATO and that they should fight harder.
To win the peace, we also need to rebuild the international order on which our collective security depends. First, that means upholding international law. The whole world must hold Russia to account. We must see justice through the ICC for their sickening war crimes committed, whether in Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol or beyond. And Russia must also be held to account for the terrible destruction it has inflicted. We are hosting the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London this June, and we should consider together how to ensure that Russia pays towards that reconstruction. Now, second, the treaties and agreements of the post-Cold War era have failed Ukraine. So we need a new framework for its long-term security. From human rights to reckless nuclear threats, from Georgia to Moldova, Russia has committed violation after violation against countries outside the collective security of NATO. And the international community's response has not been strong enough. As Jens Stoltenberg has said, Ukraine will become a member of NATO, but until that happens, we need to do more to bolster Ukraine's long-term security. We must give them the advanced NATO standard capabilities that they need for the future, and we must demonstrate that we'll remain by their side, willing and able to help them defend their country again and again. Ukraine needs and deserves assurances of that support. So ahead of the NATO summit in Vilnius, we will bring together our friends and allies to begin building those long-term assurances. And our aim should be to forge a new charter in Vilnius to help protect Ukraine from future Russian aggression.
So that's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak talking about a new charter in Vilnius, Martin.
Well, I mean, it's boilerplate, isn't it, really? It's what you'd expect him to say.
Well, why? Is it? I mean, is there really any possibility of something like that happening? I mean, the fact is that Ukraine is not allowed to join because it's got an ongoing conflict going on in its country. And you can't do that, basically. It's got to be a country which has got a border integrity to join NATO. Otherwise, NATO is immediately involved in a much bigger war. And they thought about that and they made sure that's in the charter. No, you can't do that.
Well, also, of course, the IMF isn't supposed to lend to countries which have got this kind of conflict going on their within their borders, but they have. The rules. So
will they bend? Do you think that, will they? Yes, but will they bend?
We say, not as we do.
What I'm saying is, will they bend the rules in Vilnius of NATO as well?
The Russian position is that, as far as we're concerned, Ukraine already is in NATO to all intents and purposes. So what advantage Ukraine could get from being an official part of NATO is hard to see. Already NATO military personnel are in the Ukraine being killed by the Russians. We're already at war with them. It's already happening.
Well, this also came up at Prime Minister's questions, the idea of the NATO conference coming up in July.
Sir Oliver Hill. Does my right honourable friend agree that in these difficult times the free world must stand together? And with that in mind, would he also agree that strengthening our friendships and support with other countries in Europe is important? Will he welcome the delegation here today from Lithuania? And does he agree with me that the decision to hold the head of states of NATO meeting in Lithuania, in Vilnius in July, shows what a strong ally they are and also how important we think it is to strengthen the eastern flank?
Prime Minister. No, I agree with my right honourable friend. I'm delighted that Lithuania and the city of Vilnius will host the NATO Leaders Summit in July, and the UK does have a strong and growing relationship with Lithuania. It was just yesterday that their defence minister was here supporting our efforts together with them to train Ukrainian soldiers. And at the summit, we will work together to ensure we can deter and defend against Russian aggression by making sure that we implement the next phase of the most radical military transformation since the 1960s.
Question obviously has to be Turkey might not want this new charter. They're also even trying to stop the accession of Sweden, aren't they? So is Turkey going to be booted out of NATO?
Well, that's an interesting question, because, of course, Erdogan was nearly overthrown by his own military, backed by the CIA, in 2016.
Some of his own military?
Yes. But, of course, the Russians, even though they were daggers drawn with him, tipped him off, and they would have been killed by NATO. And, of course, that does make him a bit ambivalent about NATO. And, of course, it was in Istanbul at this time last year that Erdogan and Naftali Bennett from Israel, criticising Israel earlier, but they were actually getting both Zelensky government and the rebels and the Russians around the table, and they'd come up with a viable solution to the war. And it was Boris Johnson who went to Kiev and told them, no, we're not having any solutions. We're going to get rid of Putin. We're going to overthrow the regime in Russia. You fight on. And, of course, in actual fact, at that point, Zelensky was willing to talk about settling it, because don't forget, Zelensky had been elected originally on the promise that he would do a deal with the Russians and settle the war. That's why people voted for him.
I mean, we've heard a little bit from Rishi Sunak there in his cosy little Munich security conference. I wonder what would happen if he was to go and do a massive talk, sort of trying to big everything up at a stadium somewhere here in the UK. What sort of reaction he would get? Anyway, this is what happened after the Munich security conference and after his big speech last week. Putin went actually to one of the big stadiums in Russia.
A stadium packed with people cheering, unfurling the national flag, and Vladimir Putin entering the stage like in any classic James Bond film.
Right now there is a battle on our historical frontiers. For our people, they are being led by the same kind of courageous fighters as those that are standing here now next to us. They are fighting heroically, courageously and bravely. We are proud of them. And in their honor, 3 cheers. They must hear our greetings. Today they are supported by the whole country.
Whatever you might say about Putin and Sunak as two different leaders, Martin, the fact of the matter is that Putin does seem to have a lot of genuine support amongst the public over there.
He certainly does. And, of course, in actual fact, the conflict has actually cemented his political prominence. But people forget that Russian politics is actually quite complicated. It's not straightforward at all. Putin isn't a dictator. He's a very, very skilled...
How has he managed to stay in power as president for decades?
Because he's a bit like... How did General de Gaulle stay in power in France? Putin came to power after the bombings in Moscow and Ryazan, supposedly carried out by the Chechens, but quite likely carried out by his own security services. Okay, and he
was almost on the rebound, wasn't he? Yes, because people were looking at Yeltsin and thinking this guy's awful.
Well, Yeltsin even chose Putin to be his.
That's how clever he is.
Because Yeltsin was removed by being impeached, and then Putin took over and then won the election. Now, I think at the time the West saw Putin as somebody they could do business with, but Putin, once he got his feet under the table, Berezovsky had been one of his major allies, and Berezovsky is one of the big oligarchs, of course, and he came over to Britain. And, of course, Berezovsky was the coroners in Britain think he was murdered in his house in Surrey. But, of course, nothing has been said about this, even though he was Putin's big enemy, because, in actual fact, his daughter thinks he was murdered by the British.
Yeah, in
but
fact,
the British don't murder the people, so it can't be right. That can't be right, can it?
Well, he was the head of NTV. He started this thing called NTV, didn't he? He was the chief oligarch over there, had been raping the country, and he thought that he was going to be able to use his TV channel, but Putin gave him a phone call in 2000 after he came to power and said, look, I'm really sorry, but the prosecutor's coming to arrest you tomorrow. I suggest you get on a plane and get out, and I'll see what I can do.
Well,
and he never came back.
Well, that's what Putin did. He double-crossed the oligarch.
Well, he turned the tables on them, didn't he?
Yeah.
They
thought he was going to be reliable, and he turned out he wasn't. Now, he stayed in power because United Russia, his party, is the dominant party in the political system in Russia. At the last election in September last year,
21,
They
Two.
They got, it was in September, they got 51% of the vote. I was on RT talking about the election before it happened and after it had happened and what might happen. I said, well, this is an interesting election for Russia because it's possible that the United Russia will fall below 50%.
This would be 21 then, won't it?
If United Russia had fallen below 50% of the vote, they would have had to form the coalition with some other party. But of course, we've got a Tory government here that got 43% of the vote at the last election, and in actual fact, the current opinion polls puts them way behind. So Rishi Sunak is no way as popular as Putin is in Russia.
Maybe people running our country are on borrowed time. So anyway, look, we're going to have a listen now to Jeffrey Sachs. Do you want to just say something a bit about who he is?
Well,
Martin?
Jeffrey Sachs is a very interesting character because in the 90s, when I used to work in Eastern Europe, he was the architect of the Gaidar plan, which was the shock therapy for the Russian economy. And he very much in the black books of people like myself, because this was an idiotic policy. It's, allowed the oligarchy to take over. There was 1,000% inflation.
Was he complicit in that, or do you think he was complicit in that, or was he kind of
What he subsequently said is, when I did that, I was wrong. He's actually put his hand up and said I was wrong. I thought that they could go for an ambitious marketisation programme because the West would come up with the money. So if this is in your interests, if you give them a load of money, they can really go for it. And of course, in Poland, there'd been a similar Balcerowicz plan, although Poland had been let off 50% of its debts. Yeah, because you can be let off debts. Egypt was let off its debts in 91 to go to war with half of its debts to go to war with Iraq. So, the idea that you've got to pay your debts, it just depends who you are.
When it suits the Yanks, you can get off the debts. Anyway,
that's right. Yeah. But anyway, the point is, there was no way that the West was going to give the Russians a load of money. They were just not prepared to do it. So, as he said, actually, my brilliant plan failed because they wouldn't come up with the money. But I would argue that his brilliant plan wasn't so brilliant in the first place.
And do you say something about that in your book or not?
Yes, I've written a book about it, and it's all criticised. It came out in 98. It's called Market Failure, Eastern Europe's Economic Miracle, and it was co-written with Laszlo Andor, who was a Hungarian academic and banker, who is now was a European commissioner.
Because the economics of the fallout from the fall of the Berlin Wall is fascinating, I think.
Well, it was a disaster in all sorts of different ways, which has led to all sorts. Can I just finish on Jeffrey Sachs? Because of course, what he's also coming out now, because he was involved in the investigation into COVID for the Lancet, he says it's definitely leaked from a US laboratory. That's what he's saying. He's also on the Ukraine saying, well, it's the Americans who started this war in Ukraine. They said that there was every possibility of some resolving this.
Jeffrey
and the
Sachs,
Americans. So in other words,
let's let him say this, because we're about to hear from
the
him.
UN Security Council to talk about all of this.
Here's Jeffrey Sachs,
a very senior person,
talking about what he calls US weirdness, and he's suggesting that maybe if they don't wake up pretty soon and buck their ideas up, Europe is doomed.
After the pipeline was blown up, our Secretary of State said, and I'm quoting, "This is a tremendous opportunity to wean Europe from Russian energy." What a weird statement if you're worried about international piracy of global infrastructure. You would say it's a terrible crime, it's a threat to world peace. You would not call it a tremendous opportunity to wean Europe from Russian energy. This was part of American foreign policy. Now, the Swedes went in to clean up the debris. And what did the Swedes say? We cannot share our findings with Germany because of national security. Can you figure that one out? I can. But it's incredible. How could Sweden not share its findings with Germany and Denmark? But their job was to clean up the debris so that nobody else could investigate either. And they've done that. Now, the press, in this most remarkable act of vandalism on a key piece of international infrastructure, has not said a word in 8 weeks. Why? It's unimportant? Not one reporter is curious? When I spoke to a leading reporter of one of our leading papers, a paper that says every day that Russia did it, most likely, and I said to this leading reporter, whom I've known for 40 years, I think the U.S. did it. He said, of course the U.S. did it. I said, well, why doesn't your paper say so? And he said, well, the editors, we don't really have the proof, but yeah, of course, who else would have done it? That's what he said. And then I showed him, but your paper said today that senior U.S. officials point to Russia as the likely agent of this destruction. Yeah, Jeff, it's hard, it's complicated. I said, when I was young, I used to read your newspaper because you went after Nixon and Watergate and because you published the Pentagon Papers and so forth. He said, yes, but that paper is dead. So I think Europe is in a trap. And the question for Europe, in my opinion, truly, is your job to support American hegemonic aspirations, or is it to protect European security? Because these are not the same thing. They're really not the same thing.
So that's Jeffrey Sachs there, and I'll put a full version of that also up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. Apparently we're in a trap.
Well, it's pretty obvious that we are. I mean, all of these people that are saying the Russians blew up the pipeline, isn't that false flag terrorism? And isn't people who talk about false flag terrorism, aren't they conspiracy theorists? I mean, why would the Russians blow up their own pipeline? It's just to make the West look bad.
But he's also saying the New York Times is dead.
Well, that's what his interlocutor from the New York Times is saying. Well, Cy Hurst says the same thing. I mean, Cy Hurst exposed the My Lai massacre back in the 70s because there was an independent press.
What's happening is there's developing an increasing number of taboos, aren't there? None of this is nobody in Washington, nobody in the national press in the US or in London is allowed to talk about this stuff.
No, it's more than your job's worth. I mean, what Cy Hurst is doing now with his Substack account, he's gone totally independent. So I know what's in his articles because it leaks out into other stuff I read. But if you want to read the original articles, you've got to pay to Substack to get his articles because he is an independent journalist. He said, this is my meal ticket. I do all this work and I have to research it all and it takes time. But
Right.
he's so well known around the world. I mean, the fact is that the dogs in the street in places like Colombia know that the Americans blew the pipeline
Only
up.
people, Martin,
not in the British
only
Parliament.
people who rely on the BBC and the television and the radio, those are the only people that don't know what's going on. Craig Murray was one of the speakers at last Saturday's, well, I called it a rave, because we weren't allowed to know where it was going to take place until the morning itself, which was the No to NATO conference organised by George Galloway, Chris Williamson, former MP, both former Labour MPs, and others. So let's have a listen now to Craig Murray. He was one of the people that spoke at that, and I mean, he just takes a little while to develop his points, but he's a slow burner. But he was a former British ambassador, where we had Peter Ford from ambassador to Syria last week, and this week Craig is he's a former ambassador to Uzbekistan and other countries. It wasn't just Uzbekistan, but he had this to say about why he's there taking a platform. Of course, must mention that he was actually arrested and jailed, wasn't he? About 6 months he was jailed for defending Alex Salmond, I think, in Scotland.
For contempt of court.
Yeah, so he's done time. This is an ex-British ambassador that was put in jail for defending Alex Salmond against Nicola Sturgeon. But anyway, let's have a listen to Craig's take on this Ukraine war.
One thing about George which annoys me most is he's teetotal. And there is a Russian saying, which is that you should never trust a man who doesn't drink, because he must be hiding something, which... I come at this from a slightly different angle from some people, and I'm going to develop that angle. There may be things you agree with, there may be things you disagree with, but don't yell at me till I've finished developing the argument. At that stage you can yell as much as you like. I'm a former diplomat. I've lived in Russia, I've lived in Uzbekistan, I've lived in Poland. I used to speak both Polish and Russian fluently, though not for some 20 years, and I need a good few drinks now before it starts to flow. I'm also a historian who has studied the British Empire in particular. And I view Russia as an empire. I know, as a matter of indisputable fact, that the Russian Empire grew at exactly the same time as the British Empire grew, and the two were often rivals for territory. And that there are large parts of mainland Russia now, I'm not only talking about the Soviet Union, because, of course, the Russian Empire turned into the Soviet Union, which was still an empire, as you would know if you'd lived among the Uzbeks or the Kazakhs and found what they thought about their former colonial masters. It was a better empire than the British Empire. It provided things like universal education, which we never bothered to do for the locals. It was a better empire than us, but it was nonetheless an imperial occupation, and the local cultures were suppressed, and particularly the Muslim culture was suppressed. And that also happened in other places which are still part of Russia today, like Dagestan and Chechnya. And those places have as much right to independence as Scotland. We don't think of Russia as an empire, and we don't realise that much of the territory of Russia today wasn't added into Russia until the 19th century, because we're kind of psychologically conditioned to think that an empire is somewhere you have to go in a boat, but it's not somewhere you can walk to. Whereas the Russian Empire was acquired by land acquisition. As a result of this perspective, not only do I, as I say, support the independence of Chechnya and Dagestan, I also believe, for example, that Crimea doesn't belong to Ukraine and doesn't belong to Russia. It belongs to the native population, the Krim Tatars, who were not deported by Stalin until the 1950s. And you are a gross hypocrite if you believe that the Chagos Islands should go back to their native population who were deported in the 1960s, but do not believe that the Crimea should go back to its native population who were deported in the 1950s. As I say, these are different perspectives, and it comes from my living amongst some of the former Russian-occupied Muslim peoples. So I look at Ukraine in a different way, having lived in Poland as well. You know, if you lived in Poland, as I did for 4 years, you become very well aware of the massive shifts in European population at the end of the Second World War. The fact that basically fairly well everyone was shunted westward. Much of, about a third of modern-day Poland was Germany, up until 1945, 46. And much of Ukraine was Poland. The greatest cultural city of Poland, of the entire Polish culture, is Lvov, which nowadays we have to call Lviv. But it's a Polish city. It was built by the Poles. It's possibly the greatest architectural achievement of Polish culture. And that was a result of shifts of population after the Second World War. So when you're looking at questions of, who owns the Donbass? Well, actually, most of the Russian population of the Donbass weren't shifted there until 1946. So these matters are complex. It is not a situation that you can look at and say, these are the goodies and these are the baddies. This is absolute right or wrong. You're looking at the working out of very complex historical shifts and antagonisms and fights for resources over centuries. But the one thing you can say for certain is that the answer to none of these questions is to kill people. War is never justified. My own view is that simply as a matter of international law, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was illegal. It was illegal in international law, as illegal as the British invasion of Iraq was illegal in international law. Was it provoked? Yes. Can we understand why it happened? Yes. Was it legal? No. But we are where we are. And the question is now, how do you stop? And this is something else I want to say, where I come from perhaps a different angle of many of you. I want to go back again to my time in the Foreign Office and when the Soviet Union ended. Now, we had been told throughout the Cold War that the Soviet Union was this massively powerful, frightening military power, and that we needed to spend huge amounts of public money on weapons systems and military and security services in order to defend ourselves against this massive military power. When the Soviet Union collapsed, and when Western experts, defense attachés and others were able to get in and actually visit the Russian army, the former Soviet army, they discovered that Russia had approximately 40% of the weapon systems that the intelligence had told us they had, and that those weapon systems were approximately half as effective as the intelligence had told us they had, because the threat of the Soviet Union was massively, massively exaggerated by Western intelligence in order to justify massive arms spending and the corruption and the money and the weapon and the job go down that goes with it. And that remains true to this day. I know a lot of people would love it if the West and Western imperialism and Western aggression were counterbalanced by an equal military force. But it isn't. Russian armed forces are not that strong. And the idea being sold through the media that the Russian army, which cannot take Kiev, could march through Kiev, through Warsaw, through Berlin, through Brussels, through Amsterdam, through Paris, and march through London is obvious bullshit. But that is the idea which we are sold to justify massive military expenditure.
So that's former British ambassador to Uzbekistan, Craig Murray, speaking last weekend at the No to NATO conference. And there's this whole sort of movement really starting, No to NATO, No to War, starting because of the failure of the UK Stop the War coalition to really address this. So Martin, what do you make of what he had to say there? He's saying also one of the most controversial things he said is war is never justified.
Yeah, well, I think somebody who worked for the British government as an ambassador, so we don't need any armed forces at all then. I mean, in actual fact, he doesn't really mean that, does he? And of course he's doing that because that's what the audience wants to hear.
Well, not necessarily. No, I don't think so necessarily. I mean, it is a bit of a, I mean, I think to a certain extent, I mean, there has to be some, for example, self-defence, in which case, there's going to be a war if you actually decide to take up arms to defend yourself.
Well, I mean,
the UN Charter's quite clear about
that. He was basically clear there that he's taking a slightly contrary position to others.
It's also illegal, apparently, the Russian invasion.
Well, I think if you look at it, why the Russians did what they did is because there was about to be an attempt.
Yeah, but is it illegal? This is the question.
I'm just about to answer that point, Tony.
Go on then.
Because there was about to be an attack upon the breakaway republics in the Donbass, which was clearly going to happen, the Russians Putin was under pressure from the Communist Party and from Fair Russia, who were the main opposition in the Russian Duma.
I mean, there is evidence for this, Martin. Just make it clear, there was evidence for this. The Ukrainian army was massing on the border, and also the Russians had got a leak saying that there's going to be an invasion timed for the 3rd of March.
That's right. Well, if you think about it, why is the Ukrainian army all in the Donbass instead of protecting Kiev? Yeah, it's all in the Donbass because these are the places
to go on the offensive.
These are the places that voted to secede from the Ukraine in 2014, not recognised by the West.
So they wanted to try and get their country back.
Yes, well, yes, because the Russian population of the Donbass goes back to the 19th century. Yeah, the city of Donetsk was originally called Huzovka. It was named after a Welsh guy who went over there in the 1840s and built the first steel mill in Russia. So it was the heartland of the Russian Industrial Revolution before the revolution. Yeah, before the industrial. So this population in the Donbass have been Russian speaking and Russian. They're Russian Orthodox. They're not Uniate like the Catholic nationalists.
So what's your argument for it being illegal then?
Well, the point is, I'm just trying to get there, but you've got to listen to the points. United Russia have been following a line that the breakaway republic, the Crimea is a separate case, so he's wrong about that. In 1954, until 1954, the Crimea had always been part of Russia. The Crimean Tatars were driven out a long time ago. Catherine the Great trolled them. I mean, in that sense, Texas should be Mexico. Yeah. Yeah, and don't forget that the Americans basically conquered the whole of their continent at the same time.
The point about the legality.
I'm trying to get about the legal, but don't forget Putin is in fact a lawyer. So what he was put under pressure by United Russia, by Fair Russia, and by the Liberal Democrats who were the far right, and they were saying you've got to recognise these republics. So they were forced. And once you've recognised them, you've then got to defend them. So they had to move quickly to get all of this legal positioning. No, because Kosovo as Britain, we recognise Kosovo as independent of Serbia.
I'd like you to, in one sentence, explain why the invasion was legal, please.
Because they were carrying out R2P, like we did in Libya. Yeah?
R2P?
Responsibility to protect. In the Falkland Islands, right, there are 1,000 people who speak English. And most people in Britain had never even heard of them or knew where they were. But when the Argentinians invaded, we took it upon ourselves to send a whole task force down there.
R2P.
Yeah, R2P, responsibility to protect. And we could have settled it by negotiations. The Americans wanted to negotiate, we didn't want to negotiate.
Okay, well,
Can you imagine if you're a Russian living in Western Russia and you watch your Russian-speaking neighbours being massacred by Ukrainian extremists?
Yeah, okay.
That's what, at that point, they said, we've got to go in now, we've got to do something.
Martin,
I think in international law, if it came to an international tribunal, they would be able to argue we acted in self-defence.
You've made the point, thank you. So, the channel where these have been put up is, I think it's called something like almost seems like it was modelled on us. It's called, or not the 9 o'clock news, like we were. Not the Andrew Marr Show is the channel on YouTube where you'll find these various clips from the No to NATO meeting that took place most of last Saturday in central London. Now, do you know where the venue turned out to be eventually?
Go on, tell me.
The Venezuelan consulate. The Simon Bolivar Hall in the Venezuelan consulate.
I'm surprised. Of course, the Venezuelans have still got a pro-popular regime, haven't they? Yeah.
So that's where they held it. So anyway, an interesting organisation. I'll definitely be following what they get up to. I'm sure MI5 will be too, and various, and the Americans quite clearly. But this is, it's really good to see a coalition coming together of people who are not taking this Stop the War coalition line, which is we're trying to tell can we say something about this, Martin? Because this is bizarre, isn't it? Why is the Stop the War coalition's platform based on, and their manifesto now, based on telling the Russians what to do? I always understood that the Stop the War's great success and the various anti-war movements' great success was as an internal pressure group within Britain, and yet they're saying, no, the Russians have got to get out.
Well,
Stop the War has got absolutely no power to tell the Russians what to do whatsoever, but they have got some internal power in Britain to force policy here.
Well, if you listen to what Craig Murray was saying, he's saying that the Russians should get out, but he's at a No to NATO conference, so there's a spread of views about
Well, I'm talking about the Stop the War coalition and why they are saying this.
The Stop the War coalition initially said, don't forget, it is a democratic structure, like any structure, but it's not that, it's not that flexible.
Well, what it's doing is as Peter Ford said last week, it's stopping wars.
Well, it never stopped any anyway, did it?
Well,
let's face it.
Maybe.
The
point is, why is it that a UK pressure group is trying to tell the Russians how to behave and the Ukrainians how to behave? Surely they should be targeting with their propaganda or whatever, with their campaign, British policy involved.
Yes, well, I think what they're doing, and don't forget, a coalition is a coalition, yeah? There are going to be different views in a coalition. Yeah, right. It's not like a political party.
Maybe it's MI6's coalition.
What they're saying now is ceasefire negotiations. It's too late for that. I don't think that's
not
at all
actually
right.
at the top of the thing. The first thing they say is the Russians have got to get out. Anyway, we're going to hear now.
The Russians are not going to get out because this is now part of Russia.
It's almost as if they're
not going to get out of their own country.
Stop the war seem to be setting themselves up to fail, is what I'm trying to say here. Anyway, we're going to finally, on Ukraine, we're going to hear from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, who's been over in India at the G20 Foreign Ministers. We've had very little reporting of this. There's a fascinating meeting going on over in India of all the foreign ministers of the G20 nations.
There are lots of other countries out there who want peace, who want this war to end, and they would like somewhere a line to be drawn and negotiations to start. Now, what is the end game? Where do you see this? See, this war cannot go on forever. You don't want to be stuck here for 20 years and repeat Afghanistan all over again.
You would be ideal propagandist of the Soviet Union style, you know.
Thank you.
Calling for peace, calling against the war. I am trying to explain to you that it is not black and white, that the sufferings of others are not related to what we are doing in Ukraine to defend ourselves at all. These sufferings are related to the sanctions, to the policy of blackmail, the policy of diktat, which the West is promoting. You know that all of them, Blinken, Stoltenberg, Borrell, ministers of European countries, they travel all over the globe and tell the countries to behave. Join sanctions, vote the way we tell you, and so on and so forth. If they are such big democrats, they should respect the right of other countries to take their own positions. Putin explained in great detail before we started this operation why we are doing this, why we didn't have any other choice. The West condemned. Treat others as grown-ups, as mature people. Don't tell them what position to take. The developing world basically was silent until the West started blackmailing them, threatening them, sanctioning those who would not sanction Russia. You know what? Many friends of mine in the developing world, they're telling me how this is being done. When the West says, the Americans tell them, you must vote this way or else. And they say, okay, I will vote the way you want me because I believe this can be explained by the United Nations Charter and so on and so forth. But what do I get in return? And the answer from the Americans is, you would not be punished. Fair deal, very fair deal. Then I have quite a number of friends in New York, and when I was there for the last General Assembly, I talked to them, and they were, many, if not most of them, were saying that they fully understand what is going on, and that we should not be angry at the way they vote. And they told me what arguments the Americans have been using when they persuaded people to vote in the General Assembly against Russia. The arguments are very straight. Don't forget that you have a bank account in such and such bank, and don't forget that your kids go to Stanford. Bluntly. And I am sure that there are many people in this room who know that this is true.
So, Minister, we're running out of time, so just a last thing before I pass on for two quick questions from the audience. See, I agree that smart bombs don't exist, smart sanctions don't exist. No matter how much bombing you do, nothing is going to work out. You are going to cause damage, you are taking innocent lives all along. Similarly, smart sanctions, I agree with you, don't exist. They will always be possibilities. Collateral damage is extremely high. So there, yes, both sides need to get together and find a solution. But the point is that somewhere there has to be a line drawn to, okay, let diplomacy have a chance. Let's start talking once again.
Look, you
No, but I'll
you really surprised me.
The question,
my dear friend, you surprised me because if you raise this issue, you should have done some homework. Do you know that Zelensky? Everybody is asking when Russia is ready to negotiate. When Russia is ready to negotiate, the West continuously is saying that it is not time to negotiate yet because Ukraine must win in the battlefield before any negotiations. And Zelensky himself Nobody calls on Zelensky asking him when he is going to negotiate, but you should have known, preparing for this topic at this meeting, that in September last year, Zelensky signed a decree making it a criminal offense to negotiate with Russia as long as Putin is president.
It sounds like the Americans are basically deciding, right, it's going to be regime change in Russia, which obviously is going to potentially anyway cause a third world war.
It is, and of course, all of this comes back. If we come back to another thing that people don't know about, but we obviously, on people listening to this show, know about. In 2017, there was a court case in Kiev where it was where the Berkut riot police were put on trial for supposedly shooting the pro-EU demonstrators and police officers, but they were let off because there was a video link to the actual snipers that killed the people, and they came from Georgia. They were brought in from the outside to shoot everybody, and that was a crime carried out by...
So who organised that then?
NATO intelligence services, coming back to what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, the Gladio lot.
Boyenga, the two guys who testified from Georgia, said that a US officer in charge of the operation, there were 50 of us, 48 from Georgia and 2 from Lithuania. We were all mercenaries and we were all snipers, and the operation was run by a US officer called Boyenga, B-O-Y-E-N-G-A-R.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick up on some of the things that Sergei Lavrov is, heard him talked about as the world's greatest chess player, and I would agree, because the Russians now do seem to have the initiative, don't they? A lot of what the West is doing, like this scrambling around in NATO to try and let Ukraine join and change the charter, is a reaction to what the Russians have done.
Well, the Russians have bent over...
So they have the initiative,
Well,
basically.
They've got the initiative.
And that's how you win at chess, is by getting the initiative.
In a way, it's a trivialisation to think of it in terms of chess, because as we know, this is a vicious... brutal war.
No, Martin, it's not a trivialisation. I'm saying that in a battle like this, like it's going on in Ukraine, it's a geostrategic battle, and the Russians at the moment do seem to have the initiative. The West seems to be reacting to what they're doing.
Well, that's because the West, don't forget that there's very interesting...
They don't have a plan.
There's a very interesting article on Strategic Culture Foundation. I can't remember who wrote the article, but Mike somebody. Anyway, he's pointing out that the whole purpose of provoking the Russians to invade Ukraine was so that Biden could blow up the pipeline and prevent Russia and Germany from coming together to be a competition to the United States. And Britain, as the little poodle, the condom for the Americans, have participated. I mean, the Russians were thinking it was definitely the British special services who planted the bomb. But Cy Hershey says, no, it was actually US Navy SEALs who planted the bombs.
So the Americans are not going to be ingratiating themselves to all these countries around the world, many of these G20 countries, by coming out with things like, well, if you don't, you will get no punishment if you cooperate with us.
Well, what's actually happened, if you look, is that only Western European countries and Five Eyes countries have engaged in sanctions against Russia. Nobody else wants to know. Nobody in Latin America wants to know. Nobody in Africa wants to know.
Okay, so who's behind all this then?
Well, behind all of this is the deep state that carried out 9/11.
And who is the deep state? Who is the deep state? Who is the deep state?
The deep state is the military-industrial complex, and it's coordinated by the intelligence services. Quite possibly the people that bombed Manchester. How do you fight with these people? You get serious police officers. Boyenga, I gave you the name just then of the US military operative who carried out that massacre in Maidan Square in 2014. Why aren't the Metropolitan Police looking into this?
And the point of it is?
The point of it is to control the world's resources for the benefit of the imperialist countries which have always controlled it. Russia and China were both messed over by the Western powers.
I mean, it does look
China
as if you've got particularly the Americans at the moment wanting to control the world, and there's someone else that wants to do that because there was in Dubai earlier this year, I think it was actually just back in February, there was something called the Annual World Government Summit, and guess who should be one of the main speakers? A guy called Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum.
Concern which I have, and world governments have an important role, the change goes so fast in our world, and will go even faster. How can we make sure that the individual, each citizen, doesn't feel overwhelmed by change, because he cannot understand really what's going on, and if we do not understand, we become fearful and we react negatively, and we see the first consequences already in many countries with polarization of the public opinion. It has to do with some feeling that we lose control over our own fate. And here I think governments have an important role to explain and to have the ambition and the vision to show that those technologies can serve for the good and are not per se evil.
Finally, thank you, Professor Klaus Schwab, for being with us here. And on behalf of everybody in this summit and the team, thank you for your support for the past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
So the guy in charge there is basically saying thank you for the money to hold this World Government Summit. So he's saying, oh, you've just got to lose control. If you lose control, everything will be fine. We can just take over.
What he's saying is, we know that people fear that they're going to lose control, but it's the job of governments to put them back to sleep and say, this technology isn't going to lose, you're not going to lose any control. You're going to be all right. It's the agenda of the World Economic Forum is the agenda of the deep state in the West. But of course, that the deep state in the West isn't the totality of humanity. And previously, of course, when Russia was in turmoil in the 90s and China was still developing, they didn't have any competitors. But now they have got competitors. The Chinese publicly owned banking system and the Russian publicly owned arms industry are showing them how the future is going to look, and it's going to be a lot more public sector than they imagine, and that is the future.
On the subject of China, I mean, you and I have got very different opinions about this as to whether the US and China are at some very high levels. I mean, this business revealed this week by the FBI about the Wuhan lab being apparently a lab origin. What do you make of that? Because that does indicate, doesn't it, that China and the United States have been cooperating at a very high level if they can produce a biological weapon together.
Well, DARPA, as we found out, funded the gain of function research in the Wuhan lab. And Peter Daszak, who was actually the person who was involved in it, was tasked by Jeffrey Sachs, because he's on the board of the Lancet, finding out what was going on. And Daszak didn't even bother to tell him that in actual fact we were the people funding this research.
The thing is that the information about Daszak was only coming out at the time where they did this inquiry. And he was told by Jeffrey Sachs to leave the inquiry once he found out.
Well, yeah, Jeffrey Sachs said, you should have told me that. You know, surely you've got to tell me if you were actually investing. Now, the other thing is that Sachs, to his great credit, has said this is definitely a developed, it's been fiddled with by people, but it came from a US lab. But of course, he didn't say that it had been deliberately leaked in China. But of course, we have evidence that it was deliberate, because the Times of Israel and the TV in Israel have told us that the Israeli Defense Forces were told in November 2019 by the Defense Intelligence Agency of the United States of America that a pandemic was coming out of China. That means they knew what was going to happen. That means it's not an accidental leak.
So does it matter, Martin? Does it matter that the FBI chief, Christopher Wray, has now said that the China lab leak is most likely? Because that's a U-turn.
Well, no. In actual fact, if you look at the report, it says we can't guarantee that. It's actually
they're saying it's more likely than not. Yes, that's what they're now saying.
Well, yes, but at the same time, we've got Jeffrey Sachs saying no, it came from a US lab. And they've got people like Kirillov, who's the head of the Russian chemical and biological warfare troops, saying what's going on in all these biological warfare laboratories.
It seems to me you're suggesting here that it was made in an American lab and then brought over and released at the World Military Games in
Possibly.
Wuhan.
That's a possible. And don't forget, what's
the whole idea of having a COVID lab there, a gain of function lab in Wuhan, was a kind of feint, almost like a kind of cover story.
Yes. And I think what happens is the Chinese, because
the Chinese knew nothing about it.
Well, no, the Chinese are probably
woman was
kicking themselves for cooperating with this sort of thing. But of course, they were trying to be nice. Let's all work together on stuff.
Yeah, but including biological weapons research.
But they wouldn't be doing. This was presented to them as necessary research to try and prevent the spread of viruses. But I think it's deliberate, because we've got the evidence, which have been available for ages, that there was foreknowledge of what had happened. Yeah, before anybody said there was a leak. the Chinese at first didn't realise what was going on, so they certainly weren't in on it if there was a leak. And of course, but why would the Israeli Defence Forces know?
Batwoman knew nothing.
Yes, because it's quite likely that this is a deliberate attack. And of course, the Iranian General Staff, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, it broke out in Iran almost immediately after it broke out in China, and it basically broke out in Qoms, which is the headquarters of all of the the top elites in Iran, and all of their top people, elderly people, many of them, started dying. And they discovered there was a different strain from the Wuhan strain.
Well, they do mutate, Martin. They mutate.
Yes, not that quickly.
Well, they do.
And in any case, there was also a question of how it could have come into Qoms. It didn't come through an airport. It didn't come, tracing everywhere else. It was coming in through airports.
There certainly does seem to be a deliberate aspect
yes, and
to it.
Salami, who took over from Soleimani, who was assassinated, if you remember, he said they went to the United Nations, the Iranians, and said, we think this is a biological warfare attack on us. But of course it wasn't reported in our media, because Iran, Press TV has been banned for years and all the rest of it. So in other words, it isn't just an attack on China, it's also an attack on Iran, and it's an attack on the whole world population by the deep state in the West, which is why the Russians are going to war.
Well, anyway,
it is World
I think
War
there
III.
is certainly some evidence that the Chinese were cooperating and did know about it in this Wuhan lab. We shall have a listen now to Ian Davis. I interviewed him a few weeks ago about accelerationism. And our last guest was funny, isn't it? Talking about accelerating things, things moving faster, and that's Klaus Schwab. Funnily enough, he seems to have picked up on this whole idea of accelerationism, the dark enlightenment. But Ian Davis here talks about what he believes are actually some quite top-level close connections between the Russia and the US, which is an attempt, I suppose, to get the two as almost like opposites. So. I suppose a bit like Hitler and Stalin parallel lives. So you've got two big superpowers who are actually at the top level linked.
Clearly, Russia and China have been building much closer economic and financial ties through think organisations like ASEAN and BRICS and so forth, and Shanghai Cooperation and so on. So they've got a growing economic interdependence. Russia's got the resources and got the natural resources that China needs. China is looking for markets. They're collaborating extensively on things like the Belt and Road Initiative. The Arctic Silk Road is massive. If that is constructed as envisaged, that could significantly reduce the global significance from their perspective, the global significance of the Middle East. So who knows? One thing I would say is it's certainly, and I don't want to come out like some sort of like I'm completely disinterested, because the last thing I want to see is human beings suffer. Really, I despise it. But it's certainly an interesting time to be looking at the world geopolitically, and in terms of where international relations are going to go. Personally, I think that there is a desire globally to transfer the economic model of usury and debt to new markets, and I think that there is a desire to build those new markets, and I think we're seeing in the emerging and developing markets that play out. And I think Russia has probably got wind of that, rightly so, and for my money wants to be part, to protect its own interests, of course, but also to be part of that. If you look at things like sustainable development, central bank digital currency, digital ID, all the worst aspects of the forthcoming some kind of technocratic globalist state that nobody wants, Russia are leading on a lot of that stuff. So, I wouldn't suggest that if Russia have a greater hand to play, that would be necessarily good for the world. No. Any more than if the US actually managed to completely dominate the globe. Personally, for me, the idea that any nation state or organisation of nation states, even if it's something like the United Nations, which obviously China and Russia are very keen to advocate global governance through the United Nations, that is never going to be for the benefit of humanity, in my view, while there are people around the world who seek power for power's sake. And unfortunately, that's our history. I mean, we, for 2,500, 3,000, well, more than that, 5,000 years, we have been subject to people who seek power for power's sake, and they are the holders of power. Which, going full circle back to Land's argument is essentially, well, okay, gloves up, let them take the gloves off then. See what happens.
So that's Ian Davids. At the end, they're talking about Nick Land, my old school pal. Well, I thought he was my friend, as they say, in intelligence circles. And he's really there saying, Martin, that he thinks that what's going on now is really no different to what's been happening for thousands of years, in that it's just a way of people who want power for its own sake are beginning to dominate the rest of us even more comprehensively than previously, in Russia and China too.
Well, in the last 10,000 years, since the development of agriculture and cities, you have had a very big change in the way humanity organises itself, which we're still playing out. We had 2 world wars, in theory, to stop the mentality that he's talking about. That's what all these war memorials are about in Russia and elsewhere. This is what's so disgusting about what's going on. It's an insult to the war dead in this country and other countries in 2 world wars, because this is all totally unnecessary. The newly democratic Russia, developing China and the liberal West ought to be able to get along. There's no reason why not. We ought to be able to come to some kind of arrangements where everybody's happy. But we're not, and the fly in the ointment isn't the Russians or the Chinese, it's the so-called liberal West, because they're not that liberal. They never were, they still aren't. Their intelligence services are terrorists and murderers. And that is the truth.
Now, Julie, before we're going to close in a minute, but I know you've got a book list you wanted to talk about, because you've got, basically to recommend various books to listeners. So, it's a very good idea. I mean, people just don't read enough. I think there's a general laziness sometimes where, we'll just watch it on the TV, or we'll see a TV version, a TV film of a book, but not to actually read. So is this mostly fiction, non-fiction, or what?
No, it's non-fiction. The first one, I know it's not Desert Island Discs, but I think that we need to say it. The first one's The Perfect Holocaust and Those Who Kept It Perfect. I would say it's about the Irish genocide, and that's by Chris Fogarty.
Yes, we've had an interview with him on here in the past, and it's a difficult book to get hold of, though.
I've got it, and it's on his website as well, and as a free download.
Oh, okay.
So you can actually get it.
Oh, brilliant. So do you want to just summarise the book? Because I know it's about the mass graves all around Ireland of the famine, and he's basically saying that this was a deliberate thing.
Yes, he's basically saying, stop talking about a potato famine, stop talking about Colorado beetle. There was tons and tons of food in Ireland, and it was removed at gunpoint for the British Empire. So Irish salted hogs and wheat and butter were all taken out of ports in Ireland and taken to India for the troops and for the Raj.
Martin, this is likely to get those Republican Labour activists rather hot under the collar, isn't it, this sort of thing?
This is the history. Of course it is.
Yeah. And what I love about this book, and most books these days, is when people have done their research and they put it in there. So Chris Fogarty really well references where he gets everything from. And he's saying, they say, 2 million people left Ireland and went to elsewhere, as though that was something that it was just a solution rather than they had no option. And he brings up, as you say, Tony, the mass graves, which means not everybody got out of Ireland, and they didn't have what we might call a Christian burial, which they deserved.
It's also very interesting because of the geopolitics at the time. There was an enormous pressure for the British to actually get people from the British Isles to go out and settle the empire. I mean, they were doing it in Australia, New Zealand, everywhere, South Africa. They wanted all these Brits to go over there to be their sort of little gophers, colonial gophers. And that massively, loads and loads of people from, millions, I'm sure, from Ireland went over to America as a result. In fact, they even laid on steamers saying, look, everyone's dying here, hop on a steamer and we've got a new home for you in North America.
Yeah, exactly that. So that is absolutely worth reading. And if you're ever going to talk about the Irish genocide, then please read the book first.
So just to give us the title and the author again?
It's Christopher Fogarty, The Perfect Holocaust and Who Kept It Perfect.
Okay, your next desert island book?
My next desert island book is, I've just finished it, and it's Ben Goldacre's Bad Farmer. The reason I read it is because he talks in it and he references it. He's talking about how medicines come to be medicines, the research, and who writes the papers. Some of them are ghost written, if you can believe such a thing, and then presented as a scientific paper. And the professors and what have you who named on the papers have been paid to put their name on it. They weren't really part of it. They were written by the pharmaceutical companies. But Ben then goes on, and I love this bit. He then says, here's a call to action. This is what you can do about it. Write to your doctor, ask your doctor if he's sharing your personal medical details with a pharmaceutical salesman, etc., etc. Very good book.
Okay, so when you said Bad Farmer, I was thinking about, tractors, but no, this is
pharmacy.
PHARMA.
That's it.
Just hearing something last night, actually, on Talk Radio, where we were discussing the addictiveness of antidepressant drugs. And, of course, a lot of elderly people just do get depressed. It's part of getting elderly, and being put onto these antidepressants can be actually basically then destroys you. You end up being more depressed after having antidepressants. I mean, these are addictive drugs that basically just shut down your cognitive function, so you get even more depressed because you can't even think. I remember hearing a story about a woman a younger woman who was on these antidepressants, and she couldn't actually listen to music while she was on them, and once she came off them. So, I mean, the pharmaceutical industry basically just it's a kind of chemical kosh, effectively, and it's an addictive one. So that sounds like a great book. Another one?
Yes, and the last one is, this blew me away, this book. It's a 2-volume book, actually, and it's a book I wish I'd written. But it's Whitney Webb, and it's called One Country Under Blackmail. Don't be fooled by...
One Nation Under Blackmail.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is, actually, yes. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I wasn't looking when I wrote that down. One Nation Under Blackmail. And at first, when you look at the cover, you think, oh, it's another book about Jeffrey Epstein. But it's not. It's a wonderful book, an expose of how we ended up with a person like Jeffrey Epstein and the Maxwell family. And I just couldn't recommend that high enough if anybody wants to go all the way back to the 20s and see how organised crime and the government and everybody is in bed together.
Well, there's one fascinating thing, particularly in that book, that I think we teased out a few months ago, which was, can you help me out here, Martin? It was this operation that the US intelligence services, I think it was the OSS, put together in World War II in the United States. Was it Operation Underworld? There you go. And it was the idea of actually getting all of the mafia across the United States to cooperate in fighting the Nazis. And what she's saying is that the network that Epstein was a large part of was founded on this gangster network, which was put together in World War II to fight Hitler.
Well, it's well known that Luciano, who is one of the mafia leaders who was in prison in New York, he was released from prison when the Allies invaded Italy, because they knew that in places like Sicily, if there was going to be an election after the war, it's quite likely the communists were going to win, because they'd been the partisans against Mussolini. So, as the Allies fought their way up Italy during the 40s, the mafia were put in charge in every place, and that relationship with what the OSS becomes the CIA. And of course, this explains a lot about Gladio in the 70s and the 80s. I mean, Richard Cottrell, who used to be a Tory MP MEP for this region, who now lives in Italy. He has written a very interesting book. We're talking about books. It's called Gladio, the mafia fascist intelligence services dagger at the heart of Europe. and he was a Tory. But he was genuinely independent, probably a pro-European Tory.
What I think was so fascinating about Richard is that he, for several years, he edited the in-house magazine for the British Aircraft Corporation, and there were a lot of people in aviation, and I worked in this business myself for a while, who are extremely good at sharing intelligence and sharing knowledge, because, of course, if you're a pilot, you need that to stay alive. And you need to share information amongst other pilots. If something has slightly gone wrong in one of your aircraft, they're very, very good, aviation people generally, at sharing knowledge. And so that's one of the reasons I think he's managed to get a lot of knowledge from that, doing that job, right at the high end of technology in the UK here, during the era after which the aviation industry was nationalised.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had him on the show in the past, haven't we? As I say, he was the Tory MEP for the South West, but he knows about Gladio. Now, people really need to know about Gladio because it explains an awful lot. People can't understand, why did MI5 fail to pick up Mbaidi? Why is this virus suddenly broken out in Iran and in China? It's because these are the people behind
One of the things I've understood about Gladio, this NATO operation, is that actually it was developed out of the Nazi organisation, the werewolf units, which were stay-behind units.
Yes.
The idea being that as the Allies advanced, these people, the werewolves, would stay behind, so they would become, they were civilians and they had access to arms caches. So they would be behind enemy lines as the British, Americans, Russians advanced, doing sabotage, and that's actually the origin. Their manual, the Nazi manual on the werewolves, was where NATO's Gladio originally came from.
The werewolves metamorphosed into the gladiators.
Yeah.
And of course, the Nazi intelligence structures in Western and Eastern Europe were just sucked into the NATO intelligence structures.
But this always
so Reinhard Gehlen, who was the head of the Gestapo, becomes the head of the BND, the West German Intelligence Services.
All I'm saying, Martin, is this is all coming to a head today,
yes,
isn't it?
Is.
I mean, with this massive rivalry between Russia and the West, with the Chinese kind of on the sidelines. I wonder, do you think the Russians can rely on the Chinese to play us square?
Look, there is obviously going to be tensions in any big power relationship.
Are the Chinese playing a straight bat?
It's very difficult to say because they have a different structure. In Russia, and the people ought to be doing this. They ought to have heard about the elections in Russia.
How straight
who votes for who?
How straight is the Chinese bat? What angle is it at?
All right, but let's
45
just come back to Russia for a
90
minute.
degrees. No, I'm asking you about China.
China is going to be the dominant economic force in the 21st century.
So do you think maybe they're actually quite happy to see the Russians and the West fighting away because they know that they can dominate the outcome?
No, because they realise that the Russians are actually fighting a battle for them. Yeah? If the Russians go down, then they're going to be surrounded completely surrounded. If they get what they want and change the regime in Russia, you're going to have pro-Western regimes on China's northern border stacked with gladiators.
Point taken.
They don't want that.
Point taken. I had a bit of a weird one this week. Phoned into Talk Radio on Monday because I heard someone waffling on there about Ian Fleming, and I thought I'd tell a little anecdote. I explained that I went to see this lady called Greta, who was married to John Ainsworth Davis, who wrote the book under his pen name Christopher Crichton, Op JB, which I've written my book about, which is The Traders of Arnhem. And weirdly, I explained to Mike, I explained to him, well, look, I went to visit her in Rosecroft Avenue in Hampstead and explained that I'd seen her, and she told me a bit about Fleming, saying that Dennis Wheatley, the writer, who was a writer before the war, was brought into the intelligence services to do deception planning or psychological warfare. In fact, he was one of the people who came up with the idea of inflatable tanks, something that Martin rather likes, and changing the signposts and various things. Anyway, he's a very effective psychological warfare officer in World War II, Wheatley was. But Fleming, after the war, was so annoyed with and really depressed about some of the operations that naval intelligence had been up to, including this idea of bringing Martin Bormann over, who had all the money from looted from Europe in Switzerland and South America. He hit the bottle, and Wheatley said to him, "Look, you've got to get this stuff out of your system. Just do what I do and write a book, and they can't touch you." So anyway, I was telling this story on Talk Radio, and Mike Graham said, "Oh, that's funny, because I used to live in Rosecroft Avenue in Hampstead, and I knew a lady called Greta. I didn't realise she was married. I thought she was a spinster." And I'm thinking to myself, well, yes, because she was married to one of the top spies of World War II, and she didn't really want everyone to know who she was married to. Anyway, he also said he was friends with Chris, John Ainsworth Davies's son, when he was living there. So I just thought, and after I finished the call, he said, well, how likely or how unlikely is that? But he was telling the truth anyway. So I thought we'd leave this week with we are, feel free to comment afterwards with a little clip from Dennis Wheatley himself, who was a writer before the war, and he actually wrote all sorts of books about. Basically, he was a writer of historical fiction and historical fantasy, but he was a terrific writer. I think one of the best ever in the English language, personally. But he wrote also a book called They Used Dark Forces. He used to write about black magic and the occult, because he would actually go and chat. He actually took Aleister Crowley out to supper or to dinner and plied him for knowledge, so he could write these books about how these black magic forces worked. And in this book, They Used Dark Forces, he explains how the techniques they were using in World War II for example, to penetrate the circles of the Nazi high command, where there were people in the Nazi high command who were very big believers in astrology. Now, I'm not saying astrology is true or false, but they managed to get astrologers in there who were completely trusted by these top Nazis, because they had been secretly feeding them little bits of information that only they knew. And they say, well, Tuesday next week is going to be a really bad day. And then, of course, there'd be some sort of invasion by the Allies next Tuesday. And these Nazis would be completely conned into trusting these astrologers. But anyway, I just thought it's interesting to hear from Wheatley what his take on. Well, he died in the 1970s, but he had this to say about what is effectively becoming like the end game of this enormous struggle between good and evil, between right and wrong, and he calls light and darkness.
The devil was part of the original creation, and if you believe in God, then you must believe in the devil. But of course that's nothing to do with Christian religion at all. There are two influences. One for light, under which everything grows and blossoms, and one is darkness, in which everything decays and dies. And in any part of the world, within the year, the same hours of darkness and light supervene. And you have these two invisible influences striving for the soul of man. We don't know why, any more we know what is eternity.
And you believe that light and darkness, right and left, good and evil, are two absolutely separate but equally powerful
warring powers. And the devil is only just a name for power of evil.
You referred just now to invisible influences. I'm perhaps a bit of a cynic, and I tend not to believe in these sort of things. Why do you believe in them?
Well, one invisible influence is, for example, the influence of the moon on the tides. There is good reason to suppose that all the planets have an influence on us. Hypnotism, which has been proved again and again. Telepathy, which is beyond dispute now. Dowsing for water. They are invisible influences.
How did you first get involved in this interest?
I was gassed in the First World War, so I had to give up tennis and all other outdoor sports. So I read enormously, and I read a great deal of fiction, but I also read accounts of Egyptology and all the ancient religions and so on, and became interested in that sort of thing. So when I had written 3 very successful thrillers, I was just simply looking round for a new form of excitement and so on. And it suddenly struck me, well, why not write a book about the black arts, Satanism? So I wrote The Devil Rides Out, and since then, although I've written 60 books, only 8 of my books have been about the occult, but they've all been very successful.
You say that today the powers of darkness in its eternal war, the power of darkness in its eternal war with the power of light, is threatening to come out on top. If this continues on an ever-increasing scale, the inevitable result will be a return to the brutal lawlessness, poverty, and insecurity of the Dark Ages. Do you really believe that about the modern day?
I do believe that. The violence and that sort of thing that's going on today is unbelievable, and the government are not controlling it. And that doesn't go only for this country. It's all over Europe and the United States worse than ever. And they've just got to take a line.
Well, give me an example of how the power of darkness, as you call it, is operating in this town, in this country today.
Well, there are said to be over 300 covens in this country. Covens, that is 13 people making up a coven of witches. And they're increasing every day, I suppose, because the two world wars have made great insecurity with young people, and they're looking for something, who must have something to cling on to, and they are tempted by these evil people, not necessarily people who have real power, but evil people, to come to these parties who promise, you want to marry the boss, all right, you come along on Tuesday, have a little fun and that sort of thing, and so on. And that is where an immense amount of the dope pushing, that sort of thing, goes on, because witches and their servants have always used drugs.
Do you know, have you met modern witches?
When I first wrote my first book on black magic, before I wrote it, I took trouble to get an introduction to Aleister Crowley, to Rollo Ahmed, to Harry Price, Montague Summers, all of whom were top boys in that line. And I used to have them to lunch and dinner and talk to them. I had many conversations, but I've never dabbled in it myself, because I am absolutely certain no good can come of it. And you'll probably get so interested in this thing, but you neglect your wife, you neglect your job, and there it is, if you're weak-minded, you can end up in a loony bin.
I wonder if you don't perhaps sometimes feel a sense of responsibility yourself for the state of affairs, because there is no doubt your books sell in absolutely fabulous numbers. Your books about black magic. Are you catering for the very thing that you are against?
I can't believe that, because in every book I write, I always give a warning that this thing is evil, and no good can ever come to anybody who dabbles in it.
You haven't quite answered my question. Aren't you feeding the curiosity that is creating this evil?
No, I don't. I feel that by warning people, so many people are drawn into this thing, and I feel that I, at least, am in warning them. It's not a good thing to do.
Do you think they might ever strike at you?
No, I have complete confidence in my own protection, because they can only strike at people who are afraid and who believe that they can be harmed. And I don't. I don't say that I'm a particularly good person, but I believe that I'm on the right side. And I believe the powers of light will protect me from anything that anybody could ever attempt about me.
But you're fearful the powers of darkness may take us over?
I think that civilization is disintegrating. Unless somebody takes a pull, things are getting worse and worse every year.
Well, Dennis Wheatley there, speaking back in the 1970s, back in the days when BBC interviewers used to do their job. Julie, I wonder what you make of that, what we've just been hearing.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I suppose it depends whether you believe in the sort of things he's talking about, witchcraft, white, black, whatever. You can certainly see... I suppose it's one of those things where you look at what's actually happening in the world and then trace it backwards rather than going forwards with it. So what I mean by that is, if we can see these awful things happening in the world, then they are happening. So it's real. And who's doing it and for what purpose, whether they're summoning up the devil or that they're just rotten through and through. That's a matter of personal opinion, I would have thought.
Martin, warring powers, darkness versus light. Is there any truth to that, do you think?
Well, it's a very old idea. It's a Manichaean idea, Zoroastrian idea.
Manichaeanism?
Yeah. Which was the traditional religion of Persia before Islam.
It's a Jewish idea. It's a Judeo-Christian idea, isn't it?
Well, it influenced Judeo-Christianity, but it was older. Zarathustra was older.
He was a big fan of Alexander Dumas. He read lots and lots of that in the old days. He doesn't talk about the Freemasons. I think he was one himself, because Freemasonry is, and if anyone knows anything about that, I mean, he was down in Lymington, lived right next to the Masonic Hall down in Lymington, near the New Forest, in fact. But he does talk about white and black magic. What do you think about that?
Well, clearly some people believe in it, and those who believe in it, like you mentioned, senior Nazis believed in astrology, so British intelligence used that to try and manipulate them. People are interested in what went on in the war. That book, Op JB, because JB was James Bond. That's another point about Ian Fleming. He called his hero after the operation James Bond to remove Bormann from Germany at the end of the war. And there's another book that's very important, which we mention all the time on here, Paul Manning's book, which
Martin
is
Bormann, Nazi in Exile.
Nazi in Exile. And he was a senior US correspondent in Britain throughout the war, and he was quite clear that Bormann had indeed been rescued and sent to Latin America. Just as Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Lyon, went to Latin America and eventually ended up training the Bolivians in torture techniques at the behest of the CIA. People shouldn't be at all surprised about this. The OUN, the extremists in the Second World War, they are the direct antecedents of the current right-wing terror squads in Ukraine, and they've all had an intimate relationship with Western intelligence services, just like Al-Qaeda. So these people have been running all this all along.
It sounds to me like they're top boys in that line.
Yes, top boys in that line.
I
indeed.
love that.
Yeah, I mean, we're arguing about the meaning of words here. Yeah.
Well, no, he's talking about the forces of light and the forces of darkness. This is, I think, something, spiritual, which is absolutely clear that there are forces out there which are influencing. He talks there about this thing. Maybe you can finish with this, Martin, talking about these powers striving for the heart of man. It's almost as if there are forces out there pulling people in different directions, and it's really up to you and your conscience to decide what you're going to do, one way or the other.
This Manichaean worldview is an old idea, and of course it's still influential. But of course, in Chinese traditional ideas, you've got yin and yang, which are not evil forces.
No.
One is dark, one is light.
Yeah, and you've got to have a balance between good.
They're both acceptable.
You've got to have a balance between good and evil, which is
it's not
definitely
good and evil.
not.
It's between dark and light, but it's a different conception of what dark and light is.
I don't think they have a clue.
Well, no, because they're not Christians, Tony, so they don't think of it like that.
It's not like that, is it?
It's not like that in China, because that's not the way they think.
Well, it seems quite clear on the international stage now. You do have good and evil battling away.
Well, that may be so, but that's not. But the dark and light can be conceived in different ways.
Yes, as you've just explained. Time to sign off now. Thanks to our guest, Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers, and also, of course, to Julie Lowe from Chesterfield, from the Big Red. What's it called again? The Big
Red Food Shed.
Thank you. As well, of course, as sound engineer, managing to cope with all of our shouting and mistakes and bumping into the microphones and that sort of thing, Dave Bazanko. Do download our MP3s and listen in the car or anywhere you like, and send me interviews and story tips via Not the BCFM Politics Show page. You'll find the podcast, full-length interviews, quite a lot this week, particularly around the Manchester Arena attacks and the inquiry there with the families and people like that. Story links, comment page, and our email addresses. You'll find all that at thisweek.org.uk, as well as how to subscribe to my weekly email list. I do say something every week now about Gmail. You will not get it, although one person said they have got it. Everybody else is saying they're not getting it, and they hadn't noticed they're not getting it, because Gmail has been cutting out the weekly email list. Even though people have been trying to subscribe, I'm still trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. I'm Shadowbanned on Twitter at Tony Gosling. You can get my paperbacks about, as I mentioned earlier on, The Traitors of Arnhem, which is Martin Bormann and the Bilderberg Group. That's £15. And also my anthology, The Siege of Heaven Reader, Secret Government Anthology from Cromwell to the Princess Diana assassination. Best place to start is at www.bilderberg.org, where there's a free download of all the books, as well as you can actually buy them on eBay if you like. The show is repeated at 11 p.m. on Fridays, 11 and 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the PRSC stream here. That is to say, this week.org.uk is the website, and talkradio.org.uk is the stream. And also Sunday mornings at Camberley's RadioQUK.com. Do please feel free to make live recordings. So have a relaxing and enjoyable weekend. Do please join us for Not the BCFM Politics Show live stream, talkradio.org.uk, and the app at 5 o'clock next Friday. God bless, and don't let Dennis Wheatley's satanic banksters get you down.
Tony's in Bristol. Hi, Tony.
Oh, hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm always fascinated to hear people talking about Ian Fleming, because about 12 years ago, met this lovely lady called Greta up in Rosecroft Avenue in Hampstead, who had been, well, she spent most of her life married to a guy who knew Ian Fleming very well, and she knew him too. Right. And so I'm quite interested to hear when people talk about Fleming. I think you get a different picture when you actually know people that knew him well, because after the war, he was in naval intelligence during the war, as many people know. Right. But he actually hit the bottle, and he was in a bad way in the late 1940s, early 50s. And he met a chap, because he basically had done lots of secret stuff in the war that he wasn't, some of it he didn't like. This is all to do with double agents and things like that.
Yes.
And he couldn't write about it because the Official Secrets Act. He couldn't get it out of his system. And another spy during the war, a deception planner, who we'd now call a psychological warfare officer probably, Dennis Wheatley, he knew, because he was working with him during the war in Whitehall. And Wheatley had been a novelist before the war. He said to Fleming, why don't you write it as a novel? Get it out of your system.
Right.
And actually that was when, Fleming always was a drinker, but it just became less of a problem, and he put a lot of his energy into the writing. So I think this relationship between Dennis Wheatley, the deception planner, and the novelist...
Right. Is he the same Dennis Wheatley that ended up writing books about sort of the demonic and all that?
Well, look...
Was that a different one?
Yeah, but he knew people like Crowley. He'd taken him to dinner and things like that to get information out of him to write about this stuff. But the fact is that, Wheatley explained to Fleming, look, don't let this stuff get to you. What you need to do is just write a novel, and they can't touch you. Yeah. The Official Secrets people can't touch you. And that's how the whole Bond saga began. Right. And Fleming was actually based down in Hayling Island and Chichester, because they were training the commandos down there, the Royal
So how did you know this Greta woman, then?
I just got to meet her through a mutual friend who's down in Hayling Island. A lot of this stuff is centred around Chichester and Hayling Island during the war.
Now, the only reason I say it is because you might not believe this, but it's true. I also knew somebody called Greta who lived in Rosecroft Avenue, because that's where I lived.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
But I don't know if it's the same Greta, because the one that I knew, I think was a spinster, as they used to be called in those days. I don't think she'd ever been married, and I think her last name was Rag. Wasn't her, was it?
Okay, Greta was married to a guy called John Ainsworth Davis, who was recruited before the war by Churchill to be...
Oh, I knew him, as he was one of my neighbours. This is very odd.
It's a small world. It's a small world.
He had a son called Christopher, who was my mate.
Knock on Greta's door and see if she's still around, because I haven't seen her for about 6 or 7 years. But her stories, it was just lovely listening to her. Now, this is the real Fleming, and that's how he started to, get onto writing all those amazing Bond novels, was because he'd seen so much going on in the war, he wasn't allowed to talk about.
Yeah, interesting. Well, there we are. Small world. Tony, thank you very much indeed. Tony in Bristol there. That's I don't know what the chances of that happening are. That is quite weird. Anyway, here we are. This is, of course, the Independent Republic of Mike Graham, where all manner of things can happen. You never quite know. We'll take more of your calls coming up.
On the app, on your smart speaker, Talk Radio and Talk TV.
Tuesday's Euro Millions jackpot could make your dreams come true. But